well met. Hopefully that worked. Let's check. Did it work? It did. We're awesome. Okay, well met, I'm Cynycal. This is my channel here, and all this is Other Skies. That's a gritty, I can hear myself. Why am I hearing myself? That's strange. Oh, I see. I've got the audio source through OBS piping out as a monitor. We're good. I stopped it. Anyway, Other Skies is a gritty science fiction game set in a custom universe created by our team here. I did a lot of work on this over the last year or so. It's using a combination of Cepheus Engine and Traveler, and it's a setting of our own design. It's meant to feel fairly hard science fiction, but still at its core have a lot of the tenets of space opera and channel all of these aspects of different science fiction that we really enjoy. And because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, our main focus will be on that game, and if I miss anything in chat or any of those messages from you guys out there, please know that we appreciate your presence here and your support. Everyone is welcome here, so let's just keep things civil and enjoy the adventure together as we move through here. I'm gonna go ahead and change scenes here. We'll move over and introduce everybody. These are my friends. Together we are COFH RPG. It's a group of seasoned players who have been exploring interconnected worlds together for decades for some of us. Now let's go ahead and take a moment and introduce the players and their characters. First up, we have Lord Venom 1. It's a longtime friend of mine, a master puzzle solver. They've played a former tavern keeper that slayed some cosmic dragons, a grizzled space detective before, who planted a psychic tree. It's a joke I always make, and a skilled handler of 2 hit dice ghouls, let's say it in a positive way this time. Go ahead, Lord Venom 1, and tell us a bit about yourself and your character.
Hey, Lord Venom 1. Yeah, looking forward to getting into this. Last session was very good setup, so we're looking excited to actually get into the meat of things. I play Paris Hardcrow. She sort of grew up on Artemis base on Moon, and went to school for journalism and did that for a while, and is now kind of ready to put the looking from afar aside and get into it herself, and kind of have her own experiences as a traveler. And I'll just say I'm getting over a bit of an illness, so hopefully my voice holds out and I don't cough into the mic too many times tonight.
You sound good so far. All right, next up we have MattCal234, another friend of mine and a member of Screen Room, which is a community, Discord community now more than anything, that watches stuff together. It's pretty cool. You should check it out. He's got his own streaming channel as well. He's portrayed a megacorp heir searching for their lost parents, a historian on a quest to prove his father's theories, and a reluctant space captain with a talent for crash landings. MattCal234, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself and your character?
What's up, MattCal? Yeah, not much about me. Just play some video games, software developer. As far as my character goes, he is a pretty normal guy. Grew up poor, again, kind of like me. He's a little bit smarter than your average guy, so he ended up going to college. Not like me. No, I'm just kidding. So he graduated with a major in chemistry and a minor in astrogation. So it's kind of what he is, a chemist astrogator. He also went to Luna to work at a hospital, so he's a little bit of a medic in a pinch. Not the greatest doctor, but knows a little bit. He can, staple some wounds. He knows how to use super glue, so we'll be okay.
All right.
But yeah, excited to get started.
On that note, joining us is Society, another member of Screen Room and an independent streamer themselves. They've taken on some interesting roles. One of Amnesiac's psychic experiment that had an interesting haircut. They didn't have hair, at least at first. It was like a thing we played out over time, was her hair growing out. They also played a pacifistic space surgeon that was obsessed with an old television series, old to them, way in the future to us, and a wild man that had a troubled tummy. Society, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
I will. I'm sorry. The troubled tummy is funny to me because I fucking ate some berry. I was a barbarian with like a 5 intelligence or something, and
Yeah.
I ate some berries because we were hungry, and I ended up delaying the entire party for like 3 or 4 days while I shit my brains out. That was fun. That was like the first time, one of the first games I really played with this group too. So it's,
Random
all right, here's
poison
my
berries.
character. Just kind of set the stage.
I feel like you went
I
back
guess.
and ate them again too.
Yeah.
I had them.
think
I
you did.
kept them with me. I had some with me the whole rest of the campaign. I think I might have given them to somebody at some point.
Yeah. I do
Or they
remember
were
that.
I was like, I could use these, I guess, maybe later. I don't know. They were still food, even though I shit for a few days. Anyway,
True.
that was that character. He was stupid. This is Lean. Lean Wigram isn't that stupid. On the surface, though, you'll probably see Lean being pretty selfish and what is the term, I guess? Like, I don't know. She likes to drink and gamble, fight. Like, that's surface Lean. You'll probably get a degen. Yeah, she's a degen. She's just a regular old degen who decided she wanted to be a traveler way early on in life and kind of never looked back. So I don't know. I think deep down you'll kind of start seeing Lean is full of passion and excitement for the unknown. So it'll be fun exploring this character, I think. I'm looking forward to the game.
Oh yeah. All right, last but not least, we have Psychocough, one of my oldest friends and a moderator for this channel as well as the Screen Room community and all the other guys when they're doing stuff usually. Psychocough has brought to life a few different interesting characters as well, including a hedge wizard who sealed themselves away for undisclosed but very long period of time, as well as an alien merchant engineer, I guess you could say, that had a very incompatible sleeping pattern, and as well as a 3-foot-tall homicidal former prisoner who I call homicidal because he's slim against the road that was tied up. Yeah. Psychocough, share a bit about yourself, your character, where they come from, what you're looking forward to here, whatever you want.
Hello, I'm Psycho. I'm a gamer. Video games mostly, but I do GM my own Pathfinder tabletop. I do miss and love that murderous little halfling man. He was fun. But I think this guy's going to be fun too. His name is Bailey, and he's the pilot. Like Lean, he's kind of into parties and being social. He's very somewhat charismatic. But that's about all he can do, though, is basically fly ships. So it's going to be interesting to see how he fits in with the crew.
Very true, very true. All right, well, now let's go ahead and dive into this week's episode of Other Skies, and I'll just let you know that this is Into the Void, Part 2.
The year's 2512 and humanity lives among the stars. Used to be folks thought that when we got there we'd reach out and those stars would melt away all our problems. Sadly, it doesn't work that way. No, we took them all out there with us into the dark, where they could mutate and fester. Thing is, we took the beauty too, all the splendor and majesty that we could muster. Couldn't even say how many worlds we live on now. We've always been heading for an ugly end. Might just be we found ourselves a new beginning.
So when we last left off in Into the Void Part 1, it would be, since we are now in Part 2, the crew had taken on a mission in Earth orbit aboard a station and had arranged for passage to the Mars system, specifically to Victoria 5 station in orbit around the moon of Deimos. You completed that journey, taking advantage of the festivities aboard the craft. The tickets were upgraded, you noticed, to essentially first class aboard the liner. You never really knew why. You assume either that's how they were purchased or whatever. Well, one of you may know why, but you guys kind of sit there and like, oh, this is interesting, it's pretty cool, and you took advantage of it. One of you in particular took advantage of the inebriants, the bulbs of champagne on board during that time, treating it like a cruise ship. The journey was fun. You discussed your plan for the job, which I will let you do in some detail here as part of this recap in just a moment. Then, hey puppy, then eventually you managed to get to Victoria 5 station, Deimos. The luxury of the liner itself was in stark contrast to the sort of brutalist architecture and nature of the Mars colony stations here. Though everything ran very efficiently, everything seems quite old, very similar to the station you left in Earth orbit, but well maintained, perhaps almost immaculate. You can tell that it's old not because it's worn badly. You can tell it's old because of the actual style of it, of all the components, etc. It's not as though you have like walls that are falling down or anything like that inside of this station. The place is like freshly cleaned and painted, etc. There are some very nice interior spaces aboard the station with lights, vitamin D lights on the walls and ceiling to help provide vitamin D to the skin and stuff for those aboard. It's quite common fixture in like waiting areas and stuff, but it's in most of the corridors in the station, Victoria 5. You spent a little bit of time there kind of planning out how you were going to manage to get to this spot that you needed to get to in the belt, or nearby in the belt, for almost a rendezvous or a package pickup. I'll let you describe that in a moment. You managed to arrange for you guys to work as a crew aboard a registered vessel already.
Judith's Folly.
Judith's Folly, hauling hazardous materials to be used in ship construction to Ganymede Harbor. In the process of loading them, you all managed to irradiate yourselves with a medium load of rads. At least not the high load. And have been,
to be clear, it was a deadly load. That I don't know how else you want to.
Well, it's an amount that will kill you if you're not treated. It's not an amount that kills you instantly. That's what I mean.
We had to take an extra week.
So I was happy for that, but it adds a little bit of time and a little bit of cost as you need to basically supply the auto dock with the appropriate stuff, or take the stuff from the auto dock as you're using it. You're being continuously treated. Each of you has, I would probably say, similar probably in the Expanse, how they have like somewhere on their body, like a little patch under the skin that's giving them doses of medicine, as well, to, like anti-cancer meds. Something along those lines. But yeah, you've been treated for it, and we'll probably have to go through auto dock treatments for the rest of your life, at least once every few years, specifically for this exposure to radiation. But other than that awful experience, you're healthy and have managed to load the vessel up and are aboard it. and left Victoria 5 station en route to your destination in the Bell. Now it's here that I'd like to hand off the recap to you guys. I hit all the big bullet points there, I think, but I'd like you to fill in the details that you remember or anything that I left off, as well as give us the lowdown on the mission. Take it away, any of you, please. I'll pick one if one of you doesn't start. So
Well, give us a chance.
I'm going to. I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know up front.
Yeah, I mean, we all kind of got together at the right place in everyone's life for wanting the same thing, which is to be a traveler. We needed that CL, basically, or my shift shares meant nothing. We have 6 months to do it, so we're a little desperate. We finally get together. We find out that, who was it? Was it Bailey that had the lead?
Bailey had the contact, yeah.
Bailey had the contact, a little sussy, but
Very sussy.
but a little underplayed in the sussiness,
Wilhelm
I think, at
Kinton.
first. But it did end up being, what was it? Yeah, a pretty discreet clandestine mission, kind of like intercepting a drop-off between some other organization to kind of fuck with their shit. So if we get caught, we're going down hard, and there's no ties to the other organization who hired us, basically. So that's fun. The funny thing is, though, that the box that we're intercepting it belongs to Solbeck Industries, and the job that we are currently employed for in order to get there is Solbeck Industries' job, I believe. So we're like getting paid by them while we like fuck with a shipment of theirs. But yeah, we're basically on our way. Me and Bailey partied our last night in Mars before heading off, and met in the morning at a diner with a hangover. Black eye, I think we got in a fight.
Yep.
Our carouse is not really doing too well.
Yeah, I believe it was Bailey and you played pool, I believe it was, with some people, and we don't know the details of what happened exactly, but in the
Words
middle
were
of all of
exchanged.
that, words were exchanged and a fight happened. And the next morning, Bailey had a black eye, and there were some locals mean mugging you from across the food court as you left the station in the morning.
That was cool. I'm glad to leave. We're headed off on this.
That was
big,
before
long
you
mission.
got dosed with a lethal dose of cancer,
Yeah, that's true.
inducing radiation.
Yeah, that's pretty bad luck. We found out quickly why no one wanted to do that job. I don't know if it costs us more in the long run than we're getting for this shit.
It's
but
not our
whatever.
dog treatments aren't free.
Yeah, fucking bullshit. Yeah, we spent some time in first class. That was cool. The one backpack with some wine ball or champagne balls.
Yeah.
So we have yet to go get the package,
We are en
and
route.
have yet to come up with a really good plan of getting past customs.
Yeah, we don't know what we're
Correct.
up against.
You are en route to
We have a map
the location where you
Isaac.
yeah, you have star charts basically to star charts. That's a Chronicle reference. That's an old space campaign. But so you have
canon.
star charts. It is now. You have the charts. That's how the DM is required to say it. That you have. it says it in the rule book.
Ruined.
It will when I write it. I'll be like, no, I have to use like pronunciation.
Right? When you make your own system.
This is how you say it.
It's pronounced. It's pronounced.
No, it's not pronounced the way you think it is. I promise.
Norwegian or something.
All right. Anyway, so you have the star charts to find the asteroid that is nearby. You know that there's a package tucked away. You've been assured there's something there. There's not supposed to be anything there on the charts or anything like that you can find. But it's not uncommon for people to tuck a ship away somewhere for a while, or even to have like small bases in like old mining areas and stuff in certain asteroids. And there's a lot of stuff out there in the solar system that isn't
Even if it's not mapped.
necessarily registered or mapped, right? I mean, it might be mapped by somebody, but that doesn't mean it's mapped by you. There's no one perfect universal like Google Maps of the solar system, though there are things like that people use. It's just not like that it's perfect. It has everything on it, right? Just like in the real world, you could use Google Maps to find your way around a city, but if you were looking for something somebody hid away somewhere, it wouldn't be the easiest thing to do. So you can use those to get to the area that you've essentially been assured has things. You've also been informed that to expect there to be guards there or whatever, and they don't want you to kill them or anything, but you're gonna have to deal with them however you're gonna deal with them. So that's up to you. And as Psycho mentioned, you gotta figure out how you're gonna sneak it in. But you've got a little bit of time before you arrive there. I forgot how far it was. Let's see.
I think it was 2 weeks to get there. Or get to the...
40 hours to get to the pickup location.
Yeah, I don't think it's 2 weeks. Yeah, that sounds right.
I mean, to
'cause we
the...
did training last time. 3 weeks
from
so
the...
far.
Yeah, because that was the distance between Earth and Mars.
Yeah, Deimos to Ganymede Station.
Yeah, it's like
Harbor.
100 to 200 hours on to Ganymede.
Yeah, but it's like
Give or
40 hours. It's like 40 hours to get out into the belt where you're going, and then from there it'll be like another. Well, depending on how well you do
60 to
things,
80.
your gravity assist. No, because it's not in the same direction.
Oh.
So here's
Couple hundred
Mars.
hours.
I can pull it up. Actually, here we go. Hold on.
Doing some zigzaggy bullshit.
200 hours to get to Ganymede
Yes,
from
exactly.
where we are, and 40-ish hours to get to the belt with 10% more fuel
Yeah,
compensation.
it should also be noted. The belt is a belt, but it is quite thick through, right, like north to south in terms of the poles of the sun, right above and below the ecliptic. It's not like a flat plane, is what I'm saying. Of
I
asteroids.
see what you're saying, yeah. I was thinking thick from like sunward to outward.
That way as well.
It is, yeah. It's
Yeah,
massive.
yeah.
Millions
like-
of objects.
It's like a big torus that encircles the
A
star.
donut. It's a space donut.
It's a space donut. It's a space donut.
Giant
made out of
space.
gold and platinum and iron.
Yeah, actually,
And nickel and
that is true.
yeah, all that.
Why don't I go ahead and pull this up? I haven't done this yet. I don't know how well this will come through the stream, but this is actually a little bit useful in this moment. Maybe. I don't know what you're going to see, though, because I think I need to configure it so you can see on it without being having a token. I can just drag your tokens onto it. That'll be fine. Let's do that. All right, so right now you probably see a black screen. Is that right? Yes, no?
I
Okay.
see like a little bit of a faded chart with Sol, Mercury, Mars.
All right, so okay, cool. That's fine. So you're not gonna see like Jupiter and stuff on here. This is just the inner planets stuff, but it's useful to pull up here. I'll drop you down like that. Oh, you don't have light sources on, so that won't help. Let me do this real quick. Let's go.
Make the sun a light source.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn on a global illumination source for it. I don't know if that helps or not. Actually, let's do this. I'll write it up. All
Don't
right.
see it on stream either way.
Yeah, I know. I'm pulling it up.
Okay.
All right, there we go. It's a little off center there, but it's okay. I can fix that. I can fix that.
We did a
Pretty good. Yeah. All right. And then back to. All right, there we go. So there's the little inner planets one. You can see it on stream now, I believe, as well. But yeah, this is a little chart, just the inner planets. So if here is Mars down in this lower right corner, now this is the current date. The positions of the planets are so. Actually, it is off by one. I'm supposed to have Earth supposed to be over here. 1 second, let me fix
That
that.
was sick. I see. Yeah, I haven't seen it overlaid with the planets, but you showed me the.
It's supposed to be there.
The circles before.
Oh no, this one. Yep,
That's
yeah,
dope,
there it is. Now it's right. Sorry, I fixed it. But yeah. So this is how this works. And so every month I move these planets one space in their orbits here, because the inner planets orbit fast enough to where their orientations change from one another for the travel after a few months of time. So when you come back to Earth, so there are certain times where it's easy to get between Earth and Mars, and there are certain times when it's hard to get between Earth and Mars, for example. Yep. But Jupiter's always really far out there. The outer planets, everything past the belt and stuff is always far out there. So that's not something we worry about. They kind of have their own like averages that we use. But from the current position that Mars is at now, you're going to basically head out into the belt. What would be, I think on this map, like almost straight south, right? To get to the location, like straight down. But to get to Ganymede, it would be about like 30 degrees off this way, right? Which isn't a lot when you're that close, but then as you get farther and farther and farther out, that becomes a huge gap between the two. So, and then one obviously stops and the other one keeps going. So you end up with about 150 to 200 hours or so, depending on the changes and your particular transition, like your gravity assists and stuff that you pilot with in the belt especially. So, but yeah, we'll just leave this map up for a little bit to help out.
Well, we were given 2 months to deliver, so we got plenty of time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have absolutely plenty of time to make it to Ganymede. It should only take you. I think I might have done the math wrong on it, because I think I was doing it for 1G, not 0.5G. I think the ship you're in, Judith's Folly, is a 0.5G.
Yeah, 0.5G thrust.
Ship, yeah. So it's a little different. Hold on. But not that different.
But yeah, so to sort of summarize, we agreed to sort of a shady job in order, because at the end we hope to get a lead on getting our own ship at Ganymede, and a commercial license with which to like do business in the solar system, business, trade, whatever. And so we were basically tasked with picking up a package in the asteroid belt and then taking it on to Ganymede. And we were given no resources to do that. So our plan was, when we got to Deimos, we basically got lucky and found, we offered our services to take someone's, we just basically found jobs going from Mars to Ganymede, and the job we found was a shitty job to move a bunch of radioactive materials. So the good news is we got access to a ship by doing this job, so we're taking a little side trip on our delivery to go get the package.
And
But
we
yeah,
should
the
make
package
it like
is a dead drop, essentially, for someone else. So we're trying to intercept someone else's dead drop, but we really don't have any context or information as far as what it is.
we should make a cool 5K each for this trip.
Yeah, the job, the cover story job is not lucrative, and we just spent a bunch of that money on the radiation drugs that hopefully we don't need any more of on the other end when we come to unload this. But that wasn't really the point anyway, so we'll have to just say hopefully we at least break even.
Yeah. All right. So with that, let's go ahead and zoom in character, feel free to let me know if you want to zoom out at any point here. You've got, again, about you just left, so you've got about 40 hours until you get there. This is a ship. You're operating it. You're the sole operators of it. The way that works is somebody's always on duty. A lot of things can be automated and you can kind of keep moving, but if there's nobody around to like see an alert or to do something, people can die, right? So like there's usually always somebody on duty. You can figure that out yourselves. I'm not gonna dictate to you how you do your watches or anything like that.
This isn't a huge ship either, right? Like there's not a whole lot of places to go.
It is a fairly big ship, but it's all cargo space, right? And that cargo space isn't like open space you can walk through. It's like where you clamp on like tanks and stuff like that. So a lot of that's like external. The space inside is one single deck, right? That's like basically like a little hammer in front of the stuff that's behind you, and you're like standing here on top of this hammer as it moves forward through space, giving you a floor, right?
I see. Okay.
Yeah. I don't have a hammer to do the shape, right? In front of you.
Well, there's like really just like
models. So it's like this.
It's really just like a bunk room and the cockpit, right?
It's basically, yeah, like it's got one little area with a table in it and stuff that you could eat in. It's got the area that you sleep in, but they aren't staterooms. They're double rooms. So it's each of you are in one room, or two of you each are in one room. So there's two rooms basically, and then like with bunks in them, and then you have a shared shower bathroom area, and the CIC, which is just crash couch for a pilot and a crash couch for an astrogator, and there's no other crash couches in the CIC. The bunks also double as crash couches and stuff. That's it. It's a very bare bones hauler.
So there is a place to make coffee though?
Yeah, the little like galley area. I would say it's not like a kitchen, right? It's more like a bunch of cabinets and like I would say there's probably the equivalent of a coffee machine.
Imagine
there.
like an RV kitchen, yeah.
Like a crappy version of a coffee machine would be there, I would think, or like something that at least you can heat water up with and make like what is probably instant coffee, which is
doing that.
Probably not. If it's included with the operational cost of the ship, then it's gonna be our absolute garbage. So.
Yeah, you see Lee making some shitty coffee for sure.
All right. The food aboard is like dry foods and stuff like that. Like, you can put, like instant macaroni and cheese, that kind of a thing, to have, and there's some basic powder as well for nutrition. Any good food that you want, you would have to bring with you. But yeah, there'll be enough for a few hundred hours of travel on board. But yeah, let's zoom in and in character. Our camera flies through the expanse of stars near Mars. We see Mars orbit speckled with all of these shapes, some of them moving, others just sparkles catching the sun for brief moments as our camera moves past the orbit of Mars out towards the belt and the distant Jovian system beyond, eventually catching up to this tanker, these large bulbs in the shape of spheres on the exterior, some of them holding hazardous materials, and a few square containers that are actually containing solid materials that you guys loaded before, with the camera moving through some of these empty spaces, the containers, along the spinal rack of the ship, and then eventually through the back bulkhead, seeing the fusion reactor as we pass through it, and the immense radiation shielding on the back of the vessel, passing through the thick shielding, a layer of liquid hydrogen that's used as reaction mass, as well as additional shielding, and then eventually the sparse interior of Judith's Folly. An old hauler by any description. Something that looks like it's been used probably for the last 50 to 100 years even. Some of these ships stay in operation for quite a while. Old hauler like this, based around Mars, probably was part of some of the earlier colonization efforts, perhaps even hauled material from the belt back to Mars, ices, etc., things that would provide water to the people making a life here. Perhaps other industrial materials. In its long life, it's probably seen many crews, you being the latest. These fellows carrying a radiated material, and I guess they themselves are radiated material, as they take a step out into the central corridor. Now, moving up through the floor, our camera sees you. I would say probably at least go ahead and all of you roll a d6, and we'll just see who's where on the ship.
How far into the flight are we?
You're really just starting it, but
hours?
I'll let you skip. This is gonna be a few hours into the first 40 hours, so this will be like.
I'd still be at the stick.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say you can claim wherever you're gonna be if you want.
Oh yeah, I'm in the kitchenette.
Okay.
If there's a separate station for like sensors, I would be there.
Sensors.
So there's the astrogation station, which doubles as a sensor operator station. So it's not like a military vessel. It doesn't have a lot of it doesn't have a lot of consoles or anything, right?
I think my first order of business would be to basically try to understand the capabilities of the ship. So I'd be like kind of chatting with Bailey, like how's it handle?
Okay.
Concerns navigating through the asteroids, but then I'd be looking for the manual in the glove box. It's got one, and just kind of seeing what the capabilities might be that might come in handy later.
All right, sounds good. So yeah, why don't we cut into you guys in character sitting there? Our camera passes by the what I think would be, from this first perspective, probably Lean there, making coffee in the little kitchenette. Is that what you said you were doing?
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, you say all that beautiful stuff about the ship earlier, and then cue me slapping the side of this dilapidated coffee maker as it like sputters out. Like there's like massive air bubbles in between the ejection nozzle. Piece of fucking shit. Lean will say under her breath.
It sputters out a thick viscous fluid that smells vaguely of coffee, a little bit of burning, and I would say that because the size of the ship is so small, they can be sealed between, but you could probably see the kitchenette is, as well as the bunks, as well as the cockpit, probably all have, like, if the door is open, you can just turn and talk. Is what I'm saying. It's a small, not a big space. So I would say our camera sees you doing that, hitting the side of the coffee maker, and then
I start scratching
sees Paris leaning over the console.
Yeah.
In the
I'll
other
be
room.
scratching my neck, and I'll lean into to y'all's area. Where I'm scratching is where the implant is that's releasing medicine for radiation. But I'll lean in with my hand up here, my shitty cup of coffee. So y'all figure anything out about this rust bucket?
Hey, now this ship has character.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I never thought we'd be shipping radioactive material for our first real job together, but
It's means to an end. What do you think, Omen? Is this ship gonna get us there?
get us there? Yeah.
Is he gonna be able to navigate the belt, the asteroid belt? You can handle that?
Probably.
Yeah, Isaac should be able to help us out there at least.
You were in the. I don't mean navigate. I mean maneuver.
Oh, yeah, that's quite different.
You were in the Navy, right?
Yeah, Bailey's got this.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you calculate? You know, if these asteroids are bouncing around. How do you not run into one?
Carefully.
You turn the ship, right? That's what I would do.
I sort of instinctively glance back to this ship's fat ass. Okay. What if?
I guess we're only going like half a G, so.
What if
we got plenty of time to turn.
unfriendlies, if the owners of that crate show up, you think we can get away from this thing?
Well, we're leaving this thing at Ganymede, aren't we? Like,
Yeah.
I don't mean Ganymede. I mean at the pickup.
At the rock?
shit.
At the rock.
Because yeah, we still got to get from there to the station that we're going to. Well,
I'm
we gotta
hoping
go
we
to,
can.
Fuck.
You ever play shuffleboard?
Seen it played.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, where they got
Played
like
it.
colored discs that they slide around on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't know if that worked
Yeah,
that
I've
well
seen
on Luna.
Well, this ship flies like a soapy brick that you're playing with.
Okay.
Alright, so we got to start putting the brakes on way early.
That means we win, right?
Well, no. If they have a gun or better engines, we're gonna. It's best not to be seen.
Step
Again,
one, don't get
that's
caught.
back.
On
So,
that
yes.
note, the ship basically doesn't have weapons, and it has really old engines that go very slow.
Step
we're
one:
lost.
don't get
We got-
seen.
Yeah, we got to come up with a story though. Like we're lost, right? Like we don't know where we are. We're trying to get to.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough.
We're
Might
on
not be
our way through the belt.
far from the truth.
If they
It's a good
ask
thought,
why we're
actually.
stopped,
Where's Isaac at?
then we have engine troubles.
Yeah. Can we fake something like that? Can we fake some kind of like engine signature, like a sputtering or, fluctuations in our
Yeah, you can vary throttle.
drive pattern?
Do that.
Is that this TL? am I in the right setting?
Isaac, you there?
I walk out of the bunk room.
You lean back. You lean through the
Put your
door.
pants on. It's a small ship.
I'm trying to imagine a Star Citizen ship that's like it.
We're trying to plan ahead here.
Yeah, it didn't really work though because supposed to have artificial gravity.
Yeah, exactly. It's shaped
If we get
differently.
caught, it'd be nice if we had a cover story like we're heading somewhere. Is there anything out there that we might be heading to? That would make sense.
No, as far as I know.
That's why I'm asking the astrogator.
Let me pull up the.
Yeah, maybe
Star
we got
charts.
interjected. Interdicted.
Hold on, I have something to say.
I'm not the captain or the pilot.
Right when we were gonna punch in our destination, but we got interjected and then forgot all about it.
That's what that means when that happens.
That was a couple days ago.
We just kept drifting for 40 hours. So.
That's a Star Trek episode.
We kept assuming somebody else had put in the course, so we were just kind of cruising.
It's like when you stand in
3
the
days.
elevator that's not moving.
Bailey had his shades on.
Nobody
He couldn't
pressed the
even
button.
tell.
That happens
You couldn't
all
even
the
really
time
tell
at
where we were
work.
going.
Yeah, they're messaging you, and you're like, "You guys don't happen to know how to steer one of these things, do you?"
We can only make it go forward.
Yeah, so I'll get on the star charts and look and see if there's anything in range that kind of would make sense that we'd be passing through this location to get to there from where we left.
Okay, I would say give me an astrogation. Probably this would be a hard roll. I would say it would be an astrogation hard.
Hard. I don't
We'll see
see
why.
a hard. Is that the equivalent of average?
No, average is 8. They
What
call
did you
them different
say
things.
the,
It would be
the
10.
modifier was?
Difficulty 10. Modifier's int. Intellect.
Ugh. Almost.
All right. So here's the thing. The direction you're heading puts you not towards the Jovian system, right? And so if you were to continue beyond the belt here, you could theoretically be heading to a different asteroid, some mineral claim or something beyond this point. But there's nothing that's large that it would be recognizable. Hey, Jaywood, what's up, bud? There's nothing like large and recognizable, like, oh, they're obviously heading to the Jovian system, because you're not. You can't be on this course. And if you were heading out into something further than that, right? You're like, oh, but what about if we're talking about getting out to the Neptunian system or something like that, right? But the problem with that is, if you were gonna do that, the typical thing to do would be to head by Jupiter, unless you're way off of its side, like on another side of the solar system, to get the gravity assist. So they're just cutting across the black like this is it is a thing that people do, but it's a thing like smugglers and stuff usually do. Yeah. So
Ne'er-do-wells.
All right,
Definitely not us.
taken.
Yeah, looks like there's nothing really big out there, unless we had some kind of a other job to land on some asteroid out here to mine. But other than that,
Okay. Well, that's something, I guess. Maybe we just have to accuse them before they accuse us.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, roll me
Are
a-
you
roll me a-
out here?
yeah.
roll me a luck roll.
Me?
Yeah, you were the astrogator. Roll me a luck roll. Pure luck. Just luck.
Oh man.
This will determine one little thing. If you roll a success on this luck roll, which is going to be a 10 difficulty.
Okay, well I did get the 10.
Did you get? Oh, you already rolled it. Okay, you got a 10 exactly. All right,
didn't
so
say
I'll say if you line on that luck roll, I will give you the bonus of there. So you're not in line in this direction at all with the Jovian system, as in like the core Jovian system, Jupiter and its moons. However, there are the Trojans and the Greeks, which, if you know your geography of the solar system, the Trojans and the Greeks are the L4 and L5 Lagrange points of Jupiter. So they're within the same orbital plane as Jupiter, but they're a ways away on either side, right? So one leads and one trails behind Jupiter in its orbit the whole way. Just like it's quite common that small asteroids and stuff get stuck in these areas. The Greeks and the Trojans are the two most gravitationally stable positions in the entire solar system. So they are used specifically, actually, the L5 point by Solobeck Industries. It's the prime research site being used for their supposed FTL project. It is, but their headquarters and stuff is in Ganymede. So you could try to maybe claim that you were headed out to that, but it is still headed across the black, which you normally wouldn't do. You would normally gravity assist to Jupiter. So you could be like, that's my destination, but I'm a sneaky pirate. I don't know.
We have
So Isaac
super
goes, "Aha."
highly prized radioactive isotopes in the bag that they wanted for research right away.
Yeah, so you do know that the stuff that you're taking is technically eventually supposed to be going to that, presumably. It's going to Solobeck Industries. You don't know if it's going to that L5 point or if it's going to be
It
used.
is. It is.
Yeah.
All right.
Society's
Well,
beard
that's
did
a
get
thought.
longer.
That's the thought.
That's true,
The other
Jaywood.
thought is, oh, by the way, they told us to come pick up this here crate. What are you doing here? There must have been a mix-up.
Now you do know that the crate you're intercepting is not... The crate you're intercepting is a Solobeck crate. But you're not intercepting it from Solobeck people.
All right, it was already stolen. Yeah, we're trying to
Yes,
double steal it.
Yes. So if you did that, if a Solobeck Industries ship starts showing up asking for their crate, they're probably getting shot.
Steelception.
Oh, we just had Jaywood buy a boon of fate for Isaac.
Oh shit. That'll be helpful.
Alright. Shit.
Why does Isaac need one? He's already super lucky.
There you go. Isaac now has a boon of fate to spend at your leisure.
Alright. At least that'll save us getting lost.
This is for
That's what I
you,
was
Isaac.
thinking.
You
We
are
might
the
just
chosen
need that.
one.
We might just need
Jaywood
that.
says. Yeah, that's fair.
We have a couple of hurdles here that are more or less totally insurmountable.
Love it. All
More
right.
or less.
Everyone will get one. I just gotta wait a few hours. That's true. They can earn them themselves in the game too, Jaywood, so all the responsibility isn't on you, bud, but it is awesome to be able to buy them from the audience. All right, so what do you guys do? You're having this conversation here, making plans. Isaac, you see this line up with the L5 point. What do you do?
Yeah, so Isaac kind of like zooms out on the map on the map and kind of is panning around looking. He's like, oh, actually, here is something out here. Is L5 out here where Solobeck Industries has a little location. So it's still pretty odd to be flying out like this, but it is something out there.
That's
You just
actually
need a
good
reason
find.
while we're flying across the black.
Yeah, that could be useful. What?
Yeah, we'll have to keep that in the back of our mind. They're not going to be happy to
It's
see a
about
Solobeck ship showing up, but
Well, like you said,
Yeah.
Paris, maybe we just lean into what we're doing, you know, like lean into what it looks like and pretend
We're
we're
flying
one of these
radioactive
guys.
rocks.
Yeah. Lean into it. Illegally. We're smugglers.
We don't know
like a
anything
bunch of
yet here.
smugglers. Look at this bunch of people. Look at all your faces. Smuggler, smuggler, smuggler.
lean into it. I get it.
You caught it. That's my motto.
I assume that means shoot you out of the back of the hatch. On board
If
this
that would
ship.
end this mission now, feel free. So I don't know what we're doing now. I don't know how we're gonna get this fucking box, but
Hopefully,
Yeah, I'm worried about the
without
pickup
hassle.
more than the delivery, but
alright. No killing, no killing.
so do we?
They didn't say
so
they're
that-
killing. They're just not telling you to kill.
I mean, do we have any weapons?
Do we?
I might have some
You
weapons.
mean
I might have a gun in my trunk,
personally,
maybe. I
or-
don't know. I'd have to dig it out. Well, I don't know.
I just pull the
What do
fly
our-
from my
yeah, I
jacket
mean-
aside.
No, serious question. Like, if we got in a ship-to-ship situation, do we have anything we could do to
Ship to ship.
stop
no.
them from chasing
No.
us? No. Can we inject some? Can we toss some radioactive rocks at them?
We could potentially
No.
give it to them to like
No, you got
spare our
cancer.
lives.
Can't just like pull the back, like open the back hatch and like
Right, that would be
dump a bunch
sick.
of rocks on 'em?
Yeah.
You have a sandcaster.
A dump truck.
We could invite them over for tea.
Yeah, what's
Give
this
them
button here? It
sand.
says sandcaster.
That
What's that good for?
mostly a defensive weapon.
Stop. Shoot down missiles,
Well,
right?
if there's somebody shooting at us, that's defensive, isn't it?
I mean, you can use it to shoot things, but like it's fine particles. It usually doesn't do much to ships.
It's the
So do
crappiest
we have
version
a-
of point defense, basically.
Do we have a way to? I mean, how are we gonna find
Throw
this
rocks.
crate? And then do we have any way to like sneak up on it at all?
So you know where the asteroid is. That's really the only information you have is where
Right.
the asteroid is. The asteroid
have any
itself
markers on the
is
crate.
because you do have the star charts, right? The star charts. The asteroid itself is about 3 kilometers across, so it's not a huge area. So you don't know how you'll know where the crate is around a 3-kilometer asteroid. It could be quite well hidden there, but you were told to expect that it's guarded and all of this. So you're probably going to.
I don't remember that. I don't remember hearing that.
Yeah, that's definitely.
I remember that someone was coming to pick it up. I don't remember hearing that it was actively being watched.
It was.
It may have like an automated turret type thing.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know. You don't know.
Do we? So do we?
He
do
did
we
specifically tell you that you might. He was like, "There's probably going to be guards. I'm not telling you to kill them, but if you have to kill somebody, I just don't want to hear about it." Is basically what he said. So you don't know.
He didn't want to hear about anything. He didn't want to talk.
Correct.
To us. Do we sail up, or do we stop somewhere away and like EVA to it? Thoughts?
Oh, I will say this before, since you were checking out the ship, it does have 2 landers on it, because this ship can't go into atmosphere now, so it does have 2 landers, which themselves each have 6 burns, so they can get out of atmo.
Okay.
Or land in atmo, like on Earth or something, but they would need to be refueled after they landed or refueled after they took off, so you could spin forward to get up. But if you were like to park this at another asteroid, which there's about 1,000 kilometers between asteroids and stuff, roughly speaking, depending on how close they are, you could use one of the landers to get across the space for sure.
Kind of funny.
Okay.
1,000 kilometers is close.
It's space, baby.
And if a lander ran into a pursuing ship, they wouldn't like it, would they?
No, probably not.
All right.
I mean, it wouldn't blow up, but they probably wouldn't like it.
Good. Like crack their windshield, hopefully.
Well, they don't have one of those, but yeah, they would
Stop it.
hurt it. There's no windshields on the spaceships. There's mostly no windows on ships. It's pretty much just cameras.
I immediately start to freak out when I learn this information.
There's fake windows everywhere on the screens and stuff, but there's no real windows because of all the radiation.
Wait, the windows are fake?
Yeah. Yeah, you're just in a death tube surrounded by liquid hydrogen mostly.
And radiation.
Yep.
Hard radiation.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, what is our approach plan? And then I'll go to bed, but are we, like, how far out are we gonna stop? And then
How many people
try
could
to
fit in the
scan and
landers?
find...
The great question.
I honestly don't know. I assume we just pull up to the rock and start scanning it from as
I like
early
the
as we
idea of
could.
parking.
Just
nearby.
going hot,
two-
hot and
It's
fast.
2 people
hot
per
and heavy.
lander. So
Okay, that's cool. I do like the idea of, like, we don't even have to land on an asteroid. We can just park in space and
it's
fly.
2 people plus cargo. Sorry, so you might be able to do something else, but anyway.
We could fly the landers to the pickup, and that would be way stealthier.
Mm-hmm.
That's if we want to be sneaky. If we want to be bold, we could just drive on up and see what's good. Maybe there's like a landing pad. Hit
Do
the
they know how to
comms.
fly these landers?
Oh, that's another good point. I didn't think about that. Shit. Well-
What skill we talking about here?
Flyer. Maybe.
Is it flyer? Small craft?
I mean, it's small craft. I can fly one of those.
Oh, I'm a flyer. Flyer 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't we need you to stay on the ship, or
Someone
can we
should.
turn it
Probably.
off while
Yeah.
we're gone?
We have to
or-
turn it off. I mean, we get to see we have to see what kind of activity there is, but presumably we could
Right. Maybe there's nothing
keep
going
it
on.
still. Yeah. If there's if there's a guardhouse sitting on this asteroid, I don't know if we have a choice but to go in with guns blazing and do what needs to be done.
Maybe pistol's not going to do much to a guard tower.
I mean, yeah, we'll have to see. I don't really want to. I've never shot anybody before, so I don't know if we have a choice.
That's
I mean, neither have I.
They are
Technically.
thieves at least.
You get used to it. I mean,
What?
I think I've
Really?
killed Yeah, I don't think I've killed anyone, honestly, but I didn't really
But you
stick
shot
around long enough
somebody?
to find. Oh yeah,
What? Who? Why?
a couple people pissed me off. A couple people tried to shoot me.
No reason.
I'm sure they had a reason. But
We'll talk about
my life
this
was on the
later.
line. Yeah, I mean, just a way of life out here.
I mean, I'm getting
Yeah.
that. We don't have a lot of options, unfortunately.
Haven't you been doing
But
some training?
I'm sure they're
I've
bad
seen you.
people. I'm sure they're bad people.
Oh yeah, we're
You
all,
know,
we're all
stealing
pretty
this
shitty,
crate,
huh?
whatever. Well,
We're not.
I don't know.
Objectively, we're not doing the best thing right now.
well, we're doing what we have to do. We need this.
So are a lot of people out there, and they're willing to kill for it.
Yeah, I'm getting that. I hear that.
So, I know you want to. I know you want it as bad as them. I'm saying you got it in you. Push come to shove.
You know, I'm surprising myself a little bit, but I think I do.
There's one thing about out here. Constantly
I
surprised
think I got a sun stick. Maybe we can use that.
Sun stick.
What, non-lethal? What are you? What is this?
I have a
Who plays a non-lethal?
sword.
Somebody like that would get laughed out of the universe.
There's like 4 of us, dude. We need everyone.
Well, so we're going in. We're gonna come in hot, burn, reverse burn, stop at the asteroid, go straight down with the landers. Is that or one lander? Is that the plan?
Well,
I don't think we can.
Split-
our
split
sensors
up?
will pick it up before we do.
Okay.
Or anywhere near there.
And then
so
see what the situation
we'll
is.
see what we see.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try to get some sleep then.
We definitely need to take shifts. I'm thinking 8-hour shifts.
I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping anytime soon. I'll take the first.
You want to show
really?
us the basics as far as what to watch for?
Sure, I'll show them the very bare bones of the alert system and proximity alarms.
Wake you up if this happens.
If this starts blinking, wake me up. We're about to run into something.
All right. Yeah. Proximity alert. But yeah, I don't know who. Are you gonna stay on the sticks for the next 8 hours? Omen?
Yes, I'll take the first shift.
All right, I'm with you then. I'll sit down in the seat next to them. Put my feet up on the console.
All right. Well,
That way,
yell if
like-
I can be helpful.
If my math is right, each one of you will get a shift at the seat, and then I will be on shift again
When we get there.
when we get there.
Makes sense.
Because yeah, that would be 16 hours from now would start the last or the third shift basically, and you'd be on that because you'd wake up in 8.
32 hours. Yeah. Four shifts, 32 hours, and then he would start again. For
Oh,
the
that's right.
last
We're
8
only a few
hours.
hours from late leaving.
Yeah. So then he would be like, and we want him because it could be like as we approach, we want to be scanning and things so that we catch any activity.
Anybody actually have training with ship sensors?
Yeah, I think I do. Thought you had.
Oh, I
some
do have
training
pilot
as
small
well.
craft.
Yeah, I have two on sensors.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So you'll definitely need to be awake.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely wake me up for the, you know, as we, I think I'll all be awake for that last approach. Since we could, you know,
Yeah. I
die
ain't
at
sleeping
any
then.
second.
Exactly.
All right,
Right,
toodles.
so it is
And I'll get
8:30
back.
p.m. By ship
Alright.
by ship time, which is probably keeping in time with either I would say like the universal time, the way that it's tracked is based on Earth time in the Sol system. Once we start getting into the deeper parts of the setting, we can figure out exactly how we want to handle that. But Sol time is Earth time basically, as it's kept. Now, obviously, Earth has time zones and spins, but it'll.
But it does have a standard what is Greenwich.
Yeah, exactly. So
Greenwich
it'll be similar to that idea, but the current time as it's tracked in our setting right now is 8:30 p.m. on Saturday, February 6th, 2512. Which you might be able to see by pulling up the little calendar thing yourself. There's a button for it on the left somewhere for you.
In the bottom left above the player list, but
yeah, that's the
8:30
thing. Yeah. If you click on that, you can pull up the fall calendar too. If you want to like hoard some information or tie a note to something. Anyway, so with that, you go to bed, Paris. You move into your shifts for the next 40 hours, taking care of things along the trip on the way to this rendezvous location in the belt. Now, I'm going to ask a couple questions real quick. First, is there anything that you're doing, any of you individually here, that you want to play out as a scene for the first little bit? Any scenes that you want to have, things you want to bring up, if you want to have a conversation with any of the other characters in private or anything like that? If there's anything like that, let's go ahead and you can just let me know when you would want to do that and we can do it. Otherwise, we can try and do another interlude.
I don't have anything specific other than you probably see Lean occupying herself by reading a lot, actually. See her with a few different books at various times, but they're kind of like, no, sorry, not books. I'm imagining something different, but it's off a pad. But yeah, she's reading mostly.
Okay. Did the rest of you do anything? Like any picking up your studies in this time period or whatever? Etc.
Isaac's sleeping.
when off shift, yeah, I'd continue studying, but...
Okay. We can try and do a trek one. Let's see how that goes. A trek interlude. So Lunatic gave me some examples to use as interludes to talk about.
Cool.
When we talked about it, we mentioned some of these before in conversation. So examples were something like Obi-Wan talking about his lightsaber, Picard and the kids singing their climbing song as they climb the ladder, Commander Riker learning the proper way to eat gak in Star Trek, Jane offering Mal his favorite gun for Mal's new wife. Another example was just, you know how I got these scars, blah, 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 ... The entire dinosaur scene from Firefly as an example. You could even say, like in Sojourn, even though it was an intro, kind of the whole thing where like Wayne punching the guy in the beginning, if you remember that. Any of those moments are kind of like, sort of like interludes, right? So as a definition, interludes are essentially a narrative prompt that let the player themselves deliver in character as much as possible through your own voice and narration. In some ways, you kind of almost get to be like a little mini GM of that moment, right? Like in terms of like, oh, this is part of my backstory I'm pulling in, or whatever that might be. So they're not central to the story or the action of the game that's happening right now. They're very specifically not, but they are central to the character and help develop the characterization of the characters over time. They give you opportunities to use your agendas. They give you opportunities to use your secrets and, you know, talk about things and stuff, reveal stuff. Anyway, let's go ahead and I'll roll here. I'm gonna roll D3. All right, Venom. This is Paris. You are it's your turn to do an interlude. So roll me a d4.
Three.
All right. So I've created some custom ones here too. Just so you know. So some of these are like specific to our campaign and some of them are just the generic ones. Okay. You saw something on the vid feeds that struck you as interesting and made you go find out more about it and get more involved. What is it? And describe us that scene. Show us that scene.
This was sometime in the past, or you mean
no? This is now on the trip.
Oh, just now.
This is happening in this period in the last like several hours. You know, we're not in real time, right? It's on the vid feed, so it can be on the news if you want it to be. It's totally open for you to do whatever you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, our camera will basically be following you through the ship at this point, and we'll see you watching the vid feed, flipping through it. Something catches your attention, and you pull out your data pad and start cross-referencing something on it, and our camera spins around to see what you're looking at. What is it?
Okay. See. They're just basically reading a news article that mentioned Young Spacers magazine, just as an off reference, and that I'm sort of sitting on my bed and I sort of daydream back when I was a teenager. I used to meet up with this old man in the park, and he used to just sort of I came to find out he was sort of an old spacer, and he would have long chats. Like, he just sort of took an interest in me just because he was bored, and he would tell me about space and some of his things he had gone through. And he towards the end of our time, as I was leaving for college, he handed me this magazine, this copy of Young Spacers. And he was sort of eccentric, so I was listening. I was interested, but I was also just kind of being nice, just sort of sit and listen to his stories. And he gave me this copy of this magazine, which was this sort of special edition, kind of like, some magazines sometimes have a special edition where they take more of a deep dive, and this was a sort of a silly thing, which was striking it rich in space. So it's kind of like how to be a spacer, and it was kind of silly things, overly simplified and obviously not realistic, especially to a young teenager, but realistic enough maybe that it kind of convinced me that I was drawn to it, even though I wasn't sure what to believe or if it was really real. But just articles like, if you're going into space, bring these items. Make sure you don't leave without whatever random your good boots, and just sort of silly things that I sort of latched onto and took maybe more seriously than they deserved. So yeah, I kind of instinctively reached into the side pouch of my chest and pull out the copy of this magazine that I've sort of always kept with me. It's kind of as a it's something that means a lot to her, even though it, you know, it doesn't mean anything. It's just something that she's held on to, and it obviously has echoes in what she's doing now, because this is maybe what inspired her ultimately to become kind of a traveler, was all these times spent talking and thinking about what space would be like, and then she had forgotten about it for a long time, until she had found it shortly before leaving for this trip and packed it away, kind of as a silly thing. And this actually part of what went into, she brought, she's thinking back where she went into the store, the supply kind of store, and actually, you know, again, sort of blushing even, pulled out this list and was like, hey, you know, I'm going out in space. I don't know what we're going to be doing, but I need to make sure I'm ready. Because she's very conscious and prepared. So she kind of hands the guy the list, and he sort of just, his eyes light up with dollar signs, and he goes through and it sort of hooks her up with all this like really silly gear. And we fill up the chest that she has now.
Right, that was the chest that Lean was making fun of you with.
Yeah, right. I mean,
so
it's sort of
because it's your first interlude,
thing.
I'm gonna walk you through some of it, but you can bring somebody else into an interlude, right? And that lets you earn 2 boons for somebody. You can bring as many people in as you want, but you can only earn 1 extra. So would you like to bring somebody else into this interlude? As
Sure,
you're, like,
I think maybe
chest?
while I'm like looking at this, maybe Bailey kind of walks down the hall.
Okay.
And I kind of like pull him in. Cause I'm in sort of an introspective mood. Bailey, hey, take a look at this.
What you got?
Hey, I know it's silly, but this is I don't know, this is a magazine that kind of inspired me to, I don't know, it's what made me one of the things that made me maybe want to be out here, and I don't know, it's silly, it's sort of a silly childhood fantasy to be out in the stars and making clandestine deals and fighting off pirates, and I don't know, what do you think? Am I being silly?
I mean, what kid doesn't grow up dreaming about being something spectacular?
I mean, what are we doing out here? Do you think, like, even if we get a ship, are we gonna make it? What are we gonna? It's not easy out here, is it?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. First half of my Navy watch was what they call a frozen watch.
What's that?
I spent 3.5 years frozen in a cryopod.
Oh, like you were asleep, but not.
Yeah.
How does that feel? What is it like?
That's like taking a nap, except when you wake up, you're tired, your joints hurt, and 3 years have gone by.
Oh, do you dream when that's happening?
A little.
But
it's
not
weird.
any different?
No, it's no different. But does that book say bring rope?
Well, yeah, it's the top 100 things to make sure you have on your first space expedition. So yeah, I don't know. I had some money for my last article that I wrote, and so I figured, why not be prepared? So yeah, I got a bunch of junk in here. I'm hoping at least some of it's
the
useful.
First thing you need is a sword.
A sword? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Why a sword?
Well, let's say that some pirates or ne'er-do-wells meet us at this asteroid and they board us.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I got a pistol, and I pull out this kind of comically oversized cartridge pistol, kind of like a hand, almost like a hand shotgun, big cartridges.
That's fantastic. That will surely murder anyone, right?
Yeah. And I kind of frown.
Problem is if you miss, or sometimes if you hit, it'll go right through that wall there. And you know what's on the other side of that wall, right?
Space, huh?
Exactly. So we don't want to put holes in the boat. Thus, we
Makes
use
sense.
a sword.
That makes sense. And I start digging around again, and I got a stun rod.
Well, that's better than putting us all into space. So,
All right, I'll practice. I'll start practicing with it. I haven't used that much. Still got the wrapping on it.
start with the manual.
Can you teach me anything? How to use it?
Sure. I can teach
All right,
you.
let's do it.
On that note, the camera will move away from the ship as it continues on, with that little interlude between your characters. You can also get plastic ammo, by the way, if you need to.
Yeah, but shotguns and plastic ammo,
Sure.
not great.
All right. So
I also figured Paris probably wouldn't have gone with the plastic ammo.
yeah, probably.
Hell no.
I mean, it'll still kill them. It just doesn't go through the walls of the ship and stuff. It's not. They're not like. They just do less damage, but they don't go. And they have like no armor pin. Literally no armor pin. You don't have to reload an axe. That's true. That's true, Lunatic. But yeah. So with that, our camera moves away from the hull of the ship. We see it spilling out into the black beyond, heading towards its destination. You each earn a boon.
Right. I'll mark that somewhere.
Nope, it's on Twitch.
Nice.
It's a little dice in the corner of your frame. And then I had another button to remove it. You can only hold one, but you can, as per this campaign, you couldn't do it in previous campaigns, but as per this campaign, you can give your boon, or not, you can't give it to somebody, but you can spend your boon on somebody else's roll. So on any roll in the game that your team is doing, that you can spend your boon. So whatever roll you want somebody to better succeed on, you can spend your boon to help with.
Okay.
But it's still yours to spend, right? It's not like you're giving it to them to spend, if that makes sense. So theoretically, if they also had a boon and they wanted to spend on the same roll, you could stack them that way. But it's one after the other, right? It's not like on the same roll. So. Anyway, so with that,
So
you move on.
with your permission, can I start learning Melee Zero from Melee?
Absolutely, yeah. If you would like to start learning that on your study periods, you can do that. Or if you would like to apply XP towards that as a skill later on, once you have enough XP to get a skill, you can. To get a level 0 skill, it costs 2 XP. So, and it's like double that for making it level 1, I believe. It's like 4 for level 1, then 8 for 2, I think, then 16 for 3, something like that. Like you have to apply it, right? Like clear it every time, right? So it costs 4, then it costs 8, then it costs 16, then it costs 32. Anyway, which is a lot of XP because you don't get XP very often. You get it, maybe you might get one XP at the end of missions and sometimes at the end of a session, stuff like that. So you should all right now have 1, I believe, XP.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, by all means, you may start that as your study period. So with that, you've got a few hours left on this trip towards your destination. You're getting about to the point where you would need to do a flip and burn to slow down to arrive at rest. You haven't quite got to that point yet. It does require a little bit of piloting, though you don't have to spend any additional fuel until you want to actually integrate yourself into that small orbit. Once you want to stop, you have to spend 2 more burns in order to do so. You get 2 to spend here, 2 to stop, basically. So you would do that a little bit later. Yeah, that was a good interlude, Lunatic. That worked better than last time, I think. walking through it a little bit more. Kind of like last time I don't think I provided quite enough explanation about it, so having the additional examples I think might have helped.
I didn't have too much at the ready, but well.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you can pre-write some too if you want for your character to use whenever you want. Yeah. Just have them in your back pocket to throw in. You can do that whenever you want. But yeah, so you have a little bit left before you have to do the flip and burn to begin slowing down. You're kind of preparing to do that, Bailey, and the, or whoever might be on watch at this point would be preparing to do that, or preparing to bring Bailey in to do that, or whatever it might be. Checking sensors and stuff, and that's when you get an alert.
Jesus.
Always a good thing out here in deep space.
Yep.
I'm on a clandestine mission.
Sure.
Say we ignore it. The only trouble.
It's not a distress call or something like that, but it is
trouble. Just ignore it. Put some tape over it.
But who is in the CIC right now?
I believe that we had planned it out so that Bailey would be there for our approach.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do.
And I guess anyone else, or it could be back to our original order, which would put me there. I assume we all are awake at least.
Yeah.
Well, a little alert begins to chime on one of the consoles. It would actually be both consoles. So whoever would like to look at it can. Cynycal is making funny faces.
What was the question again? Sorry.
There's two alerts, but there's two consoles. Both of them are shining an alert. Who's the one looking at it?
Whoever is, if we can see it, I'm looking at it. You know what I mean?
I mean, you can see it by looking at the console. That's what I'm asking. So it's you? All right, that's fine. So you look down the console and you can see a radiation alert. And your first instinct is, oh shit, not again, right? But then you see that it's not a source from the ship. It's not a radiation. It's not radiation that's being detected as part of like a leak or something on the ship. It's a source of electromagnetic radiation, specifically from the destination. You see a strange reading, something that is very bright, quite literally, in its particular spectrum, not in terms of lumens, because it's not visual light, but it's quite a burst of radiation. Who has the sensor skills? Who would like to try to be that person? Who would do that? Right, so whomever would do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap the monitor and be like, Omen, is this normal? And then at this point, I'm sure, because it's a small ship, Paris can like lean in.
Hey, yeah, watch out. Let me see what's going on.
Yeah. I'll get up and I'll get out of the way.
All right, I will hop in.
I swing my feet down off the console.
Try to zoom in on the source and start scanning different spectrums.
Okay. That'll be intellect sensors. Intellect computer sensors.
Sensors. It's electronics.
I think it's
Electronics. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
All right, rolling average. It's
So because you did not hit the target, and you did not exceed it with any raises of any kind, effect rather, not raises. Raises is what they're called in Savage Worlds. You do still detect it. Obviously, you have to detect it to look at it. You will get a little bit more information, but there's a lot of radiation here, but a lot of it's exotic. Like stuff that you literally just do not recognize at all. Maybe somebody that's, a particle physicist would or whatever, but in this instance you don't. One thing you do recognize there that is quite mundane is there's a bunch of Cherenkov radiation that was emitted in these like pulses. That's electromagnetic radiation that's emitted when a charged particle passes through a dielectric medium at a speed greater than the phase velocity of light within that medium, and so will kind of glow a bluish color.
Naturally.
You think I was born yesterday?
It's the same. It's the same thing you see like when you have like a nuclear power plant. You look down into the area where it's being done, in that blue glow that you see. That's Cherenkov radiation. Right. That's because of the particles passing through the medium of the water that causes that. Right. So there was a large burst of that, like in several waves, like whom, whum, 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 that took about 2 seconds to play out. And then there was all this other radiation that kind of bloomed out from that for a moment, and none of that you recognize. There's a few in there you still recognize. There's a little bit of on the Rayler visual scale of light, so there's a little bit of light that happened. There's a little bit of gamma radiation that happened, but not at any levels that would be lethal to a human. But a surprising amount of Cherenkov radiation, which doesn't make a lot of sense. You're not really sure how that would happen.
And is it seemingly right at our destination?
Well, I would say since you didn't get a success on your sensors, you don't know exactly how close it was, but it seemed like it was certainly within a 100-kilometer sphere of that, which in space is basically the same thing as saying yes, but it's not like you're like locked in on a 100%. Right. It came from this place on the asteroid.
It's the grade. Sorry. Sorry. This is not like my equipment I'm used to.
You get anything out of that?
I don't know. No, not really. It's very strange. Just strange radiation. No, nothing that.
Oh, more radiation. Cool.
Yeah, no, not like that. Different. Just EM stuff, but not any kind of signature that makes sense. We'll have to keep our eye on it, but it's coming from the general area where we're headed, which is not great. It's certainly some kind of activity there. I don't know. Maybe.
What are we about to walk into?
I mean, that's been the question since we started.
So this isn't dangerous to us, though, right?
No, not directly, not immediately. It's it's a pretty powerful signature, but nothing that's immediately concerning. And we've got
what could generate something like that?
That's the thing. I don't know. Really, nothing does. Nothing normally does. It's not what normal ships do. It's I don't know.
You ever see anything like this in the Navy, Omen?
Potentially.
I've never seen anything like this. Normally not really up in the control room.
My best uneducated guess would be either some sort of generator kicking online or cannons shooting at us.
At us? How long would we know if that were true?
Well, here soon.
Is there anything coming up on radar, like headed towards us?
You can do a sensor check.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you think it's appropriate, I would try to rescan and just specifically looking for potential projectiles or anything.
I mean, you can do it now. It's you're scanning for something different. It's not a general.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. It's not like we're gonna be able to turn around.
You don't see any projectiles heading towards you. Nothing that's traveling slower than the speed of light or anything like that. That you directly detect. I will say you probably get a little bit extra with the effect there too. You do see that there are metallic signatures from the destination. It looks like there's probably either a ship landed there on the asteroid itself, or a small facility built into the side of it or something where it was mined. It's hard to say, but there's definitely something there. It is on, from your perspective, the asteroid is orbiting, but it's orbiting like this, like down. Not orbiting, but rotating, sorry. Basically down from your perspective. And so right now that part is visible, but in about an hour it will be out of line of sight from you. It does also give you the information, since you have an effective 2, that with the rotations and line of sight and stuff, there are places that you could park your ship out of line of sight in the right periods of time, if you time things appropriately and all of that. You don't see any activity there on scopes that pops out beyond that. You don't see any projectiles heading out to you. How long do you think you're gonna be scanning the heavens for stuff?
I mean, at this point, I think I'm pretty much glued to it, unless something changes.
We get closer.
You're at like the halfway point now, so you're literally just now.
So I'll convey that to the group.
Having to do your flip and burn. So Bailey's probably getting in the pilot seat to do that.
Listen, there's there's something metallic there on the asteroid. Might make sense for us to try to approach when it's on the blind, when it's on the far side. If we could calculate that out.
Just so you know, and this will be stuff that you would know, when you do your flip and burn, you're pointing your rocket towards the destination where you're going, and you're firing your rocket. That's when you're a flashlight pointed towards something. So that's when you are at your most easily detectable.
Well, if they're not shooting at us yet, they will soon.
Gotta stop somehow.
Can we try to only burn? Can we try to cut our engines when they're facing us? How severely will our sensors be affected?
Thrust. Wait for the
to get over the planet. Wait for them to get behind the planet.
Asteroid to rotate so that we're hidden, and then start burn. Yeah,
you can do that. You won't be able to stop at the right spot if you do that. But you can stop in the right spot if you overburn to do it, which increases G's, puts stress on the ship, and puts stress on you, just like you see in the Expanse. You're burning more than at a G for long periods of time. So you can do that. It won't be the easiest thing to do, because it'll be a coordination between your pilot being like, okay, they're out of line of sight, now we burn, and now we stop burning, that kind of a thing, with very precise timing. As well as you guys having to try. So you can try and do that if you want to make a stealth approach.
I mean, I don't know if we can overburn because of how shitty our engines are. But
yeah, overburning does stress the engines, and it does use more burns. It uses more fuel.
Yeah.
Twice as much fuel.
I mean, we don't know what we're walking into here. The strange lights has me a little bit nervous in a way, though. In some sense, the more shit going on out here,
that's probably how I'd handle it.
Maybe the easier it is to talk our way out of something if we get caught, as opposed to just being out in the middle of the States with literally nothing here but a crate, and we're standing there looking at it, and they catch us red-handed.
Right, there's no explaining this. Like,
it's hard to explain it away, but
just being here is the implication enough.
Yeah.
But I think the longer that we can put off being detected, the better our chances. Like,
okay, we'll attempt a stealth approach.
I think that's the play.
Fuck it, do it. Sounds good.
All right. I'd start to strap into a.
Everybody gets seated. Yeah, get strapped in tight.
Yeah, you'll need. So basically, you'll be getting the equivalent of juice in the Expanse, which are high G medication that you can inject in order to sustain high G burns. That, depending on the quality of it and stuff, can mitigate a certain amount of hours of exposure to it, or you can just not do it. It does cost 1,000 per dose.
If that's what we're doing, I'm gonna go excuse myself for a moment and go put on my G suit.
Yes, that reduces your threat.
I mean, how hard to burn? I thought we were only burning now at like 1G.
Right now you're burning at 0.5G. You're going to be, you're going to try to burn, I guess, at 1G. So that's more the stress on the engine than anything.
Right.
Yeah, but you can run it at even higher than that, depending on how much you go. So you're going to spend twice as much fuel. I don't know how high G you'll actually get to. Let's see.
Either way, we're definitely slamming on the brakes.
Right. But
you can't. It doesn't.
The brakes are 1G.
You don't add you don't add 0.5. You always add at least 1. So you would be at 1.5 at the lowest. Basically.
So you feel your guts sink out your butt, and the brain leave you, or the blood leave your brain.
But it's not too bad. 1.5G is not a lot, but 1.5G for 20 hours is kind of a lot.
Yeah.
So you'll just need to make the basic roll for it. Which I'm looking for. It's in here.
Because we're also pulsing it, right? So
yeah,
we're getting some relief in between.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Here we go.
Yeah, I guess that would be better.
Classified as being, yes, it is. High gravity, special high gravity, yada yada. Use pressure power suits. G-suits suffer -1. Okay. Precious exploding.
So for this maneuver, I won't need any
athletic
drugs.
strength, skill acclimatize. Oh, interesting. Okay, so does anybody have athletic strength as a skill?
You knew I was training for that.
Nope.
Got athletic 0.
Okay. That still counts. All right, so if you have training in athletics, you basically acclimate to a certain G threshold without even having to make any rolls. But you make... Okay. Everybody else... So, okay. I guess just to make the pilot roll it. So, Bailey, roll me 1d6. Oh, I see. It's per person. So everybody roll 1d6. I see. Sorry. Go ahead. Everybody else roll d6.
Oh, fuck.
All right.
And what's F for?
Everybody except
my
for Paris. Paris doesn't need to.
Good.
All right.
Paris need to?
Because they have athletics. So, Lean, Isaac, and Bailey, you would get used to the sustained burn and not take negatives to any of your skill checks during that time after that many days that you just rolled.
Days
of being being in that burn, right?
That would be like on a planet, right?
On a planet, or if you're doing a sustained high G burn in a ship, or something like that. So that's how long it would take you. Paris, because of your athletics training, it's basically less than a day.
Just handle it.
You can handle it. You still have the -1 to your skill rolls but it's a matter of hours, not days. So you just,
I have a.
So basically, I would say 6 hours. That doesn't really apply because that's more like working on things that are not at high G. That might even make it worse. Right. It's the opposite.
Well, I mean, because I'm thinking I've been on like a merchant vessel for like
years,
a decade. Yeah.
Right. The Belter stuff is more like low G stuff, but yeah, I mean that doesn't mean they're doing high G burns or whatever. Most things aren't going to do a high G burn. They're going to keep it comfy, right? Because why would you do it unless you're doing it to be like you're doing like military shit right now, right?
Again, this is more like to do things while it's happening, though, right? Whereas if you're just sitting,
absolutely. So you get a -1 DM to all skill checks until you've acclimatized.
Oh, I
to
see.
it.
Right.
Acclimated.
So we're sitting in a chair right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you that if you're not sitting in the chair and you're not using the meds, then the sustained burn after a certain amount of time, we start to roll to see if you have a stroke and stuff. But you're not in risk of that for a long time. Like not for this 20-hour period, really, even. Not at 1.5 G. At 3 G, you absolutely would be.
Well, I got the flight suit to help, so.
Yeah, that reduces it by the whole factor. So you actually don't you are not affected. He has a high G suit, which basically squeezes all of his limbs so he can keep the blood in his head when he needs to and stuff. All right, so with that, just you begin this operation. Let's go ahead and create a task chain here between the sensor operator, who is detecting when it is time to burn and when it's time to stop burning, and the pilot, who is doing the appropriate type of burn at the right amount of force at the right time to actually be able to stop the ship at the right time. So I believe we'll start with our sensor operator role.
Wait, all right, it's going over the horizon now. Oh, yeah.
Effect 7. Holy shit.
Damn, bro. Yeah, it's
Got him.
Sense the shit out of that.
All right, so click the chain/assisted roll and do your piloting roll. This would be, I would say, Dex piloting or Int piloting, your choice, really.
Hit double damage.
It's going to be 4 total rolls, so. Effect 14. Not effect 14. Effect 6, some 14. Okay. Now, sensor operator, you cut it off at just the right time. It's out of line of sight. You can feel the relief of the extra G's. Like your throat it's hard to breathe for a moment as it sinks in. You do this for a while. It takes it a fair amount of time to rotate. It's a few hours, and then at just the right time, a few hours of relief as you float freely in space. And then as it approaches once more, continue the roll.
Okay.
So far, so good.
Can say
Now,
I've never done a maneuver like this.
All right, wait, it's going around again. Hold on.
All right, still at effect 4. You manage to detect it when you think within the right time. I mean, it's rotating. It's pretty obvious kind of when it's out of line of sight at this point, but there are other issues like when it's, reflection of light off of other sources and stuff like that have to go into effect. But you're fairly certain you've handled this. There's no way that they're going to detect anything at this point. At this point, you're waiting basically until they're perfectly facing out into the horizon beyond.
Juice it.
Last roll.
Go home,
There is
bro.
one.
What the
When holy shit. Okay, effect
Yeah,
9.
never mind.
You do juice it, and because of all these additional effects, I'm not rolling on the damage to the engine. Basically, you're perfectly managing the capabilities of your craft as an expert pilot.
Space Marines.
She's not a very, state-of-the-art ship. She's holding together. For something carrying this much load, she's got a big cargo hold. For something carrying this much load, no weapons on it, probably almost 100 years old. You can't be anything but impressed. With a total effect of 9 on the roll, you'll have no problem hiding it behind an adjacent asteroid within 1,000 kilometers of the base.
Woo.
And with those total effects on all those sensor rolls, you'll see that it is a base. Small one. It seems like there might be several entrances on several sides of the asteroid that have been drilled through. You're not certain which one would be the easiest to get into, but that means it might be a back door.
These are not big enough the ship to go and fly into. This would be personal size.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will say also in that time period of doing these staggered burns in that 20 hours, you also detected something else on sensors with those rolls. Since you were on a high effect, I'll give you a little bit more information. A pulsing burst of Cherenkov radiation and some gamma radiation, exotic radiations and stuff, identical to that which you detected, also happened about 43 minutes later. After that, you detected it at the L5 Lagrange point. 43 minutes is about the exact amount of time it takes for light to travel from that Lagrange point to you, meaning that those events happened simultaneously. You're just seeing all of that basically as you're finishing your burn here, lining it all up.
Guys. Hey, you guys.
Are we out of the burn right now?
You're
That
in
was
the
in
burn.
first-
Still, it's like the end of the last burn, basically, as he's finishing off parking
All right,
behind an
well,
asteroid.
I won't try to say anything.
But you're not at high
during
Gs
that.
or anything at this point. You're at like 1 or less at this point.
Okay.
First of all, Bailey, holy shit, that was great. That was some great
Yeah,
piloting.
nice piloting.
This lady's got a fat ass, but she's graceful.
Listen, I picked up something else. The radiation we saw here, we saw the same thing out at the L5 point near Jupiter, and you know, adjusting for speed of light, it would have happened at the exact same time. Guys, I think what we're seeing, I had you know, obviously we've all seen the news where Salubek is rumored to be looking at FTL travel. I think that's what we're seeing out here. Those two things happened at the same time. I bet they're testing their ships out here.
Wait. You think that flash over there and this flash here was a ship?
Well, I mean, obviously that was what I suspected originally. You know, it had it was some sort of strange. It seemed like some sort of strange engine, maybe, but yeah, it makes sense. They were exactly the
Is
same.
that even possible?
Well, I mean, it wasn't until they just now. I mean, they've been claiming they've had it, or there've been rumors at least, but I mean, maybe it's
Could
true.
it be FTL communication?
I mean, it's a weird communication for such a bright flash, but maybe.
It's true, you detected it around outside of Jupiter?
Well, yeah, at the Lagrange point, but that's where, I mean, as we know, as I just said, we know Solidback is doing testing out there, secret testing. They have a presence out there, so it makes sense that they're going to test this kind of stuff away from colonized worlds. I don't know, just a theory, but something it's cool.
Let's say you're right. Let's say you're right, and that is what we just saw. That means that we have a window of opportunity to get in and out without the highest amount of, I guess, occupancy of this base.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's a positive way to look at it. But yeah, let's focus on the matter at hand. So
do we get closer in this big ass ship, or do we take the shuttles out, the landers?
Yeah, it's still ways away, but
1,000 kilometers.
it looks like I'm hearing the scans. It looks like there's multiple entrances into something. Like it looks like they've carved into the asteroid itself. Like the asteroid
So we
itself
gotta
is
get
some sort
inside
of
of this
base. Well, presumably that's where our load would be. And with multiple entrances, yeah, I mean, being out this far, it couldn't be a huge presence. But hopefully just a few researchers and people that we can, you know,
We're gonna have to talk our
through
way
if
into
we
this
need to.
thing. Yeah, I think
I
that's
don't
what's gonna
know
happen.
if we get caught. Yeah,
We're in a
not another
Solidback
option.
ship.
Yeah, but we were told that the package itself was stolen from Solidback.
That's right.
So that doesn't quite add up. Unless this is all not that. I don't know. It's not adding up.
Are they stealing from themselves?
Oh, this is
his
Solbeck's training ground.
This corpse. Well, this maybe not be, but the L5 point, we know that they have stuff out there.
I put a Lagrange point layout map so you can see how that looks like in our notes channel, how Lagrange points work if you're not familiar. And then Psycho put like a Jupiter map where you can see the L5 and L4 Lagrange points of Jupiter and how they correspond to like the other parts of the solar system. Which I don't have on stream.
As some sort of nerd.
Yeah, a little bit.
I know that we're not going to know from up here. We got to get down there.
So take a lander. Do we split up? Do we send both landers or just
Someone's got to
Just
stay with the
one.
ship.
I think so. They don't. They don't have to, but if something goes wrong,
Pull out my pistol and take out the magazine and check it before sliding it back in. And down I go
I'd
to
reach
the,
out. I kind of instinctively grab your arm, and I'm just like, "Come on now, let's see what happens."
So here's my thoughts. If we take the landers, we're gonna have to try and sneak in. If we take this big ship, maybe we can come up with a cover story. Like maybe the package needs to be moved, and this is the what do you call it? This is the ship made to look like a legitimate delivery ship to get it out of here.
Hey, that's not bad. It's just I hate to make a lie when we don't know the situation, but that's not bad.
Either we lie or we sneak in is my thought.
I say sneak in. That's my vote.
Then we take the landers
Yeah.
if that's the case.
It's
About
one
this
thing to
time,
target
you've
way out.
stopped your burn, and you no longer are within gravity. So you know you're now floating there. If you're wearing mag boots, you can still walk around. Otherwise, you have to use your hands and stuff to push around.
I mean, it's just like we walk in and say we're here for the package and hope they don't, laugh us out of there. It's nuts. This is wild.
For all we know, it's going to be picked up anyway.
We don't know how many people are there.
You do know it's being picked up. You know you were supposed to get it before it was
So maybe we're
given
them.
to somebody else.
Maybe we showed up
Yeah,
early.
no, I get it. Is it possible? Listen, is it possible the crate is not in the maybe someone on the inside of the base put the crate out on the surface?
Is there a way that we can scan for something that size?
Well, yeah, I've been scanning. I don't know that I've seen anything.
And they,
You know what I mean? Like maybe
know-
they're trying to get the package up and out of there.
right. Like it's already set up for evac.
Well, wasn't
Like
it
it's at the drop
a
point.
3-foot long box?
Yeah, right. We have coordinates. Can we
That's-
tell what the coordinates?
Lead to specifically, or if it
Yeah, can we compare the coordinates to where we're at now?
are we blind right now, or are we just?
You are, because you're out of line of sight from it. You're
Well,
hidden on
yeah.
the opposite side of an asteroid
Sure.
from it at this moment. As far as you know, it's probably best guess would be inside one of the chambers.
I mean, I think we take a
With
lander
those
at this
additional
point.
with those additional scans, I would say you can also see that the base itself does have a small defensive system. It seems like so there are at least one turret that you can see.
and it is
ship-
rotating, so
ship
that means
scale.
there's some gravity.
You're not sure what that turret was. It was a pop-up turret, but you did, I would say, with that effect of 4 on
The
that
ship
last
scale
roll.
weapon. Ship
Yes.
scale.
Yeah.
No, spinning doesn't make gravity. Spinning throws you away off the planet.
Yeah, but that's just because you sit inside of it with your feet.
Oh
on the
yeah,
outside.
yeah, you're
So
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You think it's artificial spin? That's interesting. That's cool.
I mean, it would make sense way out here.
I mean, since
Unless
you
they
made
found the
that
perfect
sensor
asteroid.
4 roll, I mean, if you're asking that question, you can tell that it's got a very what's the unidirectional spin or whatever.
Uniform.
So it's uniform spin. So it probably has been spun up. It might be continued to spun up with thrusters, but they're not firing all the time. If they are, it's not uncommon though. That's actually quite common. That's very common for when they're mining too. They do that a lot with mining. So
Just to reduce resources.
yeah, they basically go in and then cut out. So and just literally stand and mine up and stuff and out. And then seal their chambers as they go and make bases.
What does that mean? I don't know the math. In terms of us like landing on the planet, what does that mean in terms of getting thrown off versus the gravity of this thing, which would obviously not be much?
You would need to tether, or you would need to like dock, or if you were trying to like use the lander to like land near one of the entrances or whatever, you could get up beside it and match rotational movement and stuff for a while with Bailey piloting, but you would need to basically anchor to it, which you can do. There's tethers and stuff like that, but
okay,
it would be maneuvers.
Well,
it would be
thoughts?
piloting stuff.
I mean, I think Bailey has to go on one of these. Do we even have someone that's going to pilot the second one?
I can fly. I have a pilot small craft.
It does have a cargo space on it. I'll say it's probably large enough to carry two of you, but you won't be in crash couches. So you'll literally be like hanging on the outside in a vac suit on a rack if you're doing that.
It has a spot for the box.
Yeah, it would be large enough to carry the box in that cargo area.
So you said the box is like a few hundred pounds, right? Which is nothing in space.
Yeah, it's about 300 pounds. About 150 kilos, I think is what I said.
I think it was 120, but close enough.
Somewhere around there. Yeah.
But yeah, minimal.
We hadn't gotten our hands on it, so we don't know.
Yeah.
In terms of lift.
I say
In space, that's not much.
Right, in space
take
it's not.
both.
Okay, I like it. I mean, I guess we're all in.
We leave the ship here unattended.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
worst case scenario, another ship comes and blows up our ship.
And that's only if they detect it and see it.
That's a bad scenario.
That's pretty worst case. Yeah, we were stuck. And
That's a bad scenario.
Yeah, that's worst case.
It's good as dying.
And in that scenario, if we leave someone here, they're dead for sure. So yeah, I say we take everybody with us.
You'd be able to detect another ship, though. Like, that's the thing about being in the ship. You could detect any other ships approaching or leaving.
Yeah, but this boat don't.
Yeah, but then
It's not a
do
gun.
what?
We got a sand.
Let us
cannon.
know at least.
Right, but then what?
Not if he's not.
We're dead
Unless I
either
know
way,
that I'm
no
about to
matter
die,
what.
because I can't. Unless it's Bailey here, that nobody can fly yet. We don't have guns.
You also can't message
Kinda-
through the asteroid. Right.
Oh,
It's line of
okay,
sight
that's a good point,
only.
too.
So.
Space is a
Line
big
sight
space is
only.
a big place. We'll be the ship will
I
be
think I
fine
agree
by
with
itself.
Bailey. We should
Yeah.
probably just.
All right. Well, let's load up the drop ships or the landers. If pilot small craft is what we need, we're good.
Yep. That's pilot small craft.
Okay.
Landers are small craft. They're not spacecraft. They don't have the ability to travel. They only have 6 burns. So you can land them. It takes 4 burns to like take off and land on a planet like Earth or something. So a ship like that could take off to get into Earth orbit and then spend 2 to like get to a higher orbit. And that's all that ship would do, and it would be out of fuel basically.
Well, I'll start suiting up in my vac suit then.
Yep.
Everybody prepares their vac suits.
Everybody suits up.
Okay. Everybody gets their vac suit on. I'm gonna need everybody to make a vac suit roll. Your first ones.
I'm gonna kiss my
It's routine.
my little pendant around my coin shaped.
All right, everybody just slow down. What? So
You see that
what do
episode
we
of
have?
Firefly when they were all putting on their vac suits and stuff in case the ship ran out of air, but they ended up making it not do that in the end or whatever, didn't have to blow it. And like she looked to Simon and was like, "You have it on backwards." Or whatever.
Yeah.
Do we have vac suits?
The ship has, I think it was
Yeah.
10 of them.
Okay.
Maybe it's not 10. I can look.
All right, but let me see if my armor has
Roll a 12, baby.
vacuum.
USVs.
I'm backed
Nice. We're doing this thing. We are space
up. It's real.
heroes,
This is real life.
and we're making it count.
Locker.
I love the idea that we all die, and this is just like the prelude to like the real characters.
That's
yeah,
that's Traveler that's Traveler.
very true.
What attribute did you use?
So it's double
Yeah,
per
it's,
seat, so it's 8, not 10, but still. There's 8 vac suits on the board.
I didn't use
Yeah,
an
my
attribute.
modifier.
I just clicked vac suit.
This would just be vac suit intellect.
There you go.
It's routine though. It's not. It's a 6, not an 8.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, then I got effect 6 then, and so did Lean.
You all think you have your suits on appropriately?
Oh,
They're
yeah,
all
this is
properly
routine as
charged
hell.
up.
I hear.
And
I have a little
It's
anagram.
it's,
that
it's
I
not
follow
like
in
if
my
one
head.
of you fails, you're dead. It's like if everybody failed, you might be dead. But basically, everybody's checking everybody else's suit and stuff. So I'm looking at everybody's rolls and just seeing what the situation is. Nobody failed it, so everybody's checking everybody else's suit and looking at your own suit and stuff. It seems like everybody's done a good job. Followed the instruction manual. There's a lot of effects here. It took Bailey a little while to do it, but that's probably because they're just taking their time with it. Everybody seems really relaxed. Nobody made any of the common errors or anything.
You know
Back
what?
suits are on.
I'm actually going to take this time since Paris is a friend of mine, and I know like
Okay.
girl to girl, I'm going to walk over to you and I'm going to help you specifically with your suit. I don't know how much back suit experience you've had, just because we haven't really like been together this whole time. But I will start going over. I don't know if you've ever heard of BORF for scuba diving. It's like BWARF, but it's literally an acronym that you go over for like a pre-dive check on all your equipment, and it's designed to go from like the head down on all your gear. Like the F is fins. So like
Feet.
I basically do something like that involving the vac suit, where I'm like, there's some weird acronym. I'll come up with something later, but it sounds dumb as hell. And like it's kind of like childish almost, like a childish mammogram, memogram, whatever they're called.
One of the things Bailey would do is make sure that his body pistol is on the outside of the vac suit.
All right.
I kind of give you a look, Bailey, and I pull out my. I've got my cartridge pistol and my stun stick.
Those are not reactionless pistols, to be clear. So if you do fire those in space, you'll need to make vac suit rolls to like, counteract the firing. Just
No, who I shoot at is going to make some rolls. You feel me?
that too. It's both.
Yeah.
It's both. It's basically every time you fire your gun, you have to also make a vac suit roll, which is like your 0G movement to like.
If I fire the gun, if I have to fire this gun, we're already dead. So it doesn't matter.
After checking Paris's suit and everything, I'll definitely reattach my shoulder holster to the outside of my vac suit as well.
I've got 0 skill.
Bailey also has a cutlass.
Oh, okay, getting
So,
dirty.
Like a legit saber to use.
Spacesuit with a sword out,
Army
flying through
Matey, man.
space.
Is that the
Alright.
ceremonial blade they gave you for graduating Naval Academy? I don't think you're really supposed to use those.
Yeah, it doesn't look
Slay a
used.
dragon with them, I think.
Yeah,
Get
it's
Paris
more of
a
a
shiv.
metaphor,
Yeah.
Or in
isn't
the
it?
commercials.
All right, so
Alright.
yep, you're suited up, you're armed, and you pile into the 2 landers. Who's flying the one that Bailey's not in?
That
So
would
it's-
be lean.
So who's in Lean's lander?
I would go with lean.
All right, so the ladies in
Hop in,
one
Paris.
and the boys in the other.
Girls' night.
Boys' night.
Okay, sure. I need.
I'm gonna get on a comm and test the comm between us. Unless we that can be picked up. I don't want to do that.
That could probably be picked up. Let's not.
Yeah, I won't do
They
that.
it definitely can be picked up, but you can do like a direct like laser comms between each other, but you have to be perfectly in line of sight. Right now, you're actually on opposite sides of the ship, so you can communicate still from through the communication systems of your ship that you're currently on. Right, as soon as you detach, you can't do that anymore. But if you like float up a little bit or whatever, you could laser comm to each other without being detected. If you do any kind of open comms at all, it's 100% super easy to detect you.
So before we split off to go down our separate corridors, I'll just look at Bailey and I'll say, all right, I'll talk to you in the air.
Yep.
Load up and detach. Go through that process. It starts flipping switches.
Give me a pilot roll, each of you.
Yeah.
Detaching like this safely is routine. Dexterity. Agility, whatever.
Dex.
Yeah. And Cepheus, it's agility, I think. All right, no problem. Bailey, you didn't need to roll. It was just the two pilots. Or sorry,
I am one
you
of
are
the
the
pilots.
pilot. Yeah. Nope, you're both good. So you both undock from the Judith's Folly with no issue at all. You can start sending laser comms to each other now as you begin to maneuver around the side. At the current moment, you know from the timing of the last rolls that you were doing that it's going to be out of line of sight during this 1,000-kilometer approach. When you get to it and land, there will be piloting rolls depending on like how close can we get so we're not detected, that kind of a thing, right? To try and manage your line of sight and to get there in time and all of that. So the first thing you have to do is spend the burns to do it. Just to get there, it's pretty simple because you're not taking off or anything. You're not not in like a gravity world or anything like that. It's just 2 burns basically to get moving. You're in a very light craft. It's a lander. There's 2 burns. Make it move not at like a high G or anything, but what it does do is it hits that's 1 G of acceleration, but that's 1 G of acceleration that gets that thing moving pretty quick because it's so light. You see what I mean? So you still feel the 1 G, but your speed increases much higher. So go ahead and spend your burns. You can note that down separately here because I'm only watching it for your main sheet. But just note that you have 6 to start with. You've spent 2, so you've got 4. And give me a piloting dexterity check to actually pilot your way. Or sorry, pilot intellect check, not dexterity. To actually pilot your way to the landing point as safely as possible, avoiding line of sight.
Average?
This would be average, yes.
All right, I'll tell Lean through typing communication that you've got the sensor operator, so you lead the way.
Roger that. All right, Paris. You know what to do, right?
I'm just hanging on to my butt over here.
Let's
Right, and this thing doesn't have any sensors, does it?
No, it just has a piloting seat. It's a lander. It's not a real ship, right? It's just a lander.
There's no sensors on this. This thing's literally like
all the sensors were
we're
done
like hanging on
the
the
other
outside
ship,
of it.
and you're using the knowledge that you have from the ship to pilot. So this is why it's a pilot intellect check. You're
like
timing everything.
Man.
Yes,
It's like a ladder
average
with a rocket on the bottom.
Well, that's what the cargo area is. You're actually enclosed in a small space, but
weirdly enough, there's no sensors on board. I'll just be flying by sight.
I mean, there's basic sensors, like you can, just passive stuff, but there's no like sensor operator station. It's just the pilot that can
proximity
like,
and like
exactly.
altitude or
right.
I mean, I would have some mental model of the asteroid, sort of like where things might be, like the different entrances or whatever I saw.
Yeah, I mean, you can bring like your data pad with you if you want.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've had that on there or something. All right. So, did you both roll? Yes, you did. Okay. Yeah. So, Lean, you do fail this roll, such that you don't think you're going to be able to manage line of sight. However, Bailey, with your effect of 2, you cancel out Lean's failure and manage to warn them that they need to increase their burn to a certain amount or whatever for a small period of time. So Lean, you'll have to spend an additional 2 burns to correct for it. So you should be down to 2 burns now.
Yep.
All right. Okay. But that is enough to arrive at rest, which you're gonna have to do now. Last piloting check. This one is the tricky one, because if you fuck this up, you crash into the asteroid. At high enough speeds, yeah, that'll just kill you. So this is going to be a pilot dexterity. Your timing is all corrected as far as you know. You should be landing as close to one of the areas that you think is one of the openings, and you should be able to latch on with the gear once you get down there. Though it's a special type of landing, it's almost a docking maneuver, so it's not the easiest thing in the world. It is going to be an average roll, but if you fail it, you're going to take direct damage to the lander, which has almost no, it has literally almost no hull points, so you go straight to crew.
I'm gonna go ahead and spend my boon on this.
Okay, wise decision.
Yeah, I don't want to die here. I think I'll do that too.
You don't have a boon.
Oh, well, I thought you said everybody did.
No, everybody had an XP.
Yeah. Can I give him my boon?
You can. You can spend your boon on his roll.
I will do that.
Yeah, you're the only one that doesn't have a boon right now.
I could have swore you said everybody had one.
No, because they don't carry through. Bailey and Paris got it from the interlude, and Isaac got it from
he had an
from the
interlude
purchase.
last session, or did you use it?
I did not have an interlude
No,
last session.
Bailey had one last session and he used it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. But you can pass them around, so it's not really a big deal. You know what I mean? You can use them. So Paris, you're going to spend yours on Lean's roll.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. And
I don't feel
Bailey,
like
you're
there's
going
gonna
to
be many
spend yours.
difficult rolls, but this is a big one.
Yeah, you can get more. There's always things.
Where was the XP counter?
It's on that under
tab?
info, kind of
The
halfway.
very top.
It's kind of in the middle.
We
Just
got
below
a point,
the-
you said?
First
You have 1
block.
XP.
Yeah. So one available point, 1 total earned point.
Yeah, and you got to track your study periods. However you track your study
Yeah, I
periods, I
got
don't know.
those tracked above it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready to roll here. And, well, let me put my boon on here. Thank you, Paris.
Yeah, just under
Suspect.
difficulty, it'll say type.
I spent your boons there, so you should have them to spend.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Oof.
It's hard. In fact, it's surprisingly difficult to get in here and actually get the thing to land. It's not that it's the hardest thing to stop so you don't hit it too fast or anything, though that is quite difficult, especially as you get close and the dust starts kicking up from the thrusters and stuff, and it becomes very difficult to see. The hard part is actually getting it to latch on so you don't get flung back off into space. And you manage to hook it. Lean, surprisingly, you come in a little bit hot. You think you might have actually screwed up. There's a moment, just like a half second of pure panic where you think we're all gonna die, and
That's
then
because I'm screaming, we're all gonna die.
and then something about what Paris has pointed out to you makes you react in the right way, and you kind of overburn for just a moment and feel this the G's sink away, and then you hear this hook and you're perfectly connected, and then you're both thrown up towards the ceiling of the craft as at 1 G almost, or no, this is 0.25 G, as the spin of the asteroid carries you out away from the landing gear.
I have a little faith there, Paris.
You're probably strapped in, so you're just like,
Holy shit, you got him. Holy shit.
Not my first rodeo.
this craft
it
does
is,
have a
though, is it
window,
not?
By the way,
I mean, I've flown. Not anything
Oh
this
shit,
harrowing,
not
but
like this.
we're alive. You're not dead, are you?
Oh my god, we're alive.
in the other lander, they're all just like calm. There's like light music
Everything's-
playing.
Good
everything's-
job, Bailey.
No.
Nice,
I can't.
Nice fly.
Well, slow down. I can't afford to be
see.
canceled right now.
By the way, do you have weapons? Do you know how to use them? Please say
Yeah,
yes.
I have auto pistol.
Okay, great. Just double checking.
All right, so you're all being pulled up in your straps right now. You look out the actual porthole here on these small landers. They do have windows because they're not long-term spacecraft. You look out, and as the dust kind of plumes away slowly, and the strange gravity of the asteroid, though it's not like lunar regolith or anything quite that bad, you can see the entrance that you think, it's the one you planned on. At least it's one of the closest to a back door that you think might be able to get you to the interior of the facility. It's about 15 meters to the side of the landing site of Lean, about 25 or so from Bailey. Both of you are perfectly landed and connected here. You're also, as you can tell, looking at this, out of line of sight of any cameras or sensors that you see. And there is what looks to be a cargo-sized airlock on this particular opening. And that's where we're going to go to break. So we'll be back in just a few.
Okay.
And we're back. All right, it's good to see everybody. I believe everybody was just getting into their vac suit and stepping out into space.
No. Oh, yeah, shit. We were already in our backseat then.
Yeah.
I guess
There is no
we're getting
airlock on
this
these landers.
fucking rock.
Correct. There is no airlock present on these landers. When you open the outer door, the interior pressure has already been lowered by normal process of opening it to match to the exterior, so that you're not blown out at high pressure into space. So you're in vacuum before the door even opens. Sitting here in your suits, waiting for the pressure to equalize. It only takes a few seconds. Looking around you, in the interior of the lander, nothing changes except a light changes color on the indicator. You can hear it, though. For a while there, when you had your suits on, you could still talk to each other. You could vibrate through the glass of your helmet, the plastic, whatever it might be made out of, and still hear one another. You could hear the exterior, the bits and beeps of the interior of the lander. You could hear even a little bit of this sort of tone, this room tone almost, present in here. But then once the air is pumped out, all of that shrinks away and it's replaced by something else you heard before, but couldn't quite pick out from the cacophony. It's this vibration, this low, deep vibration, perhaps coming through the asteroid itself, and then the sound of your breathing, of course. The indicator signals that you're in total vacuum, and the hatch spins and opens silently into space. Silently in that no sound carries out beyond it, but for you, standing here in the lander, the civilian-grade mag boots of your vac suit clinging to the interior, feeling 0.25 Gs pull you up towards the ceiling of the lander, but still able to hold on with your mag boots. You have this strange sensation of being upside down, of etc. As you're moving through this space here. You've got a place to put your boots as you step towards that airlock that you can see through this small hatch. And you hear it through the vibration of your feet. But you know that sound doesn't carry on because there's no atmosphere beyond you. Beyond you see darkness. Almost pure darkness. The few pinpricks of light. Those aren't stars. Those are the hatch indicators of the cargo airlock that you parked only a few meters from. But here, without the lights of the lander on, without looking through the specialized sensors that the pilot gets to use on his screens, their screens I should say, the surface is dark. You're in the asteroid belt. The sun is there. It's not visible within your current arc here, but it's far away. The sun at this distance isn't the sun of Earth. Welcome to space. It's your first EVA. The metallic surface that you could use your mag boots on to walk towards the airlock, the cargo airlock that you see beyond you, which is essentially an elevator when I think of it like that. It is not meant for this. It's basically scaffolding. You do see where the scaffolding has little holes along the sides where you can clip in, should you have the equipment to do so. It seems likely this is the intended method of moving around out here. Welcome to the upside down world. What are you doing? Both of you experience this as your hatches open. Your vac suits indicate that you are free and clear to breathe. At this point, you have about 6 hours of air.
I'll shake Bailey, just get his attention, and kind of like point my eyes and point over at the direction of the hatch, and kind of like motion my arm with a fist towards it, and hoping that I'll look up at the others too to see if they're kind of like looking our direction.
And we start blasting everybody.
We parked a little farther away, so yeah. Bailey would just kind of look back briefly towards Isaac, and then start heading out the door towards the destination.
Yeah.
How'd you?
Being very careful.
This is not easy. This is not the equivalent in like D&D of moving in difficult terrain or something like that. This is clinging to an upside down world in the darkness of space. You're being forcefully flung at a quarter G away from this rock. Your mag boots can hold when you have clear contact to the metallic surface. It's not a solid surface. Again, it's almost like a grate. So it does stick, but you're nervous that it doesn't have enough contact to hold you very effectively. Do you have any tethers or anything that you try to use?
I'll pull Paris so that her helmet's touching my helmet, and I'll be like, you didn't have to bring that rope, did you?
No, I don't have the rope. You guys laughed at me.
I didn't know we were gonna
do the suits have a tether built in?
These are supposed to be pretty crappy civilian gray ones. I'll say roll a luck.
Oh, that's a good roll.
Everybody?
No, just him. He asked the question.
Oh.
So.
Damn, next time DM the person with the best luck.
I did have +1 luck, but it wasn't enough this time.
No, that's a -2. All right. No, they don't have like built-in tether systems or anything. That's like usually a thing in the fancier suits. They have like extendable tethers and stuff. Some of them even have thrusters and things like that to move around a little bit. These are the free ones you got in this game, so they're shit.
I have a weird question. So I have a few things that I did bring with me.
Okay.
One of which is a survival kit. Let me look what that entails. Okay. My first question is, how do random items hold up in terms of vacuum of space?
I mean, it'll depend on the item. If you like the tech level of the item and stuff like that.
Contains a small knife, a fire starting equipment, a blanket poncho, 4 days ration, water bottle, compass, light cord or string, boom, mirror, water purification tablet, survival manual.
I'll say like everything is in a sealed container, so it's not like damaged by being exposed to vacuum.
Yeah, I don't know if any of that necessarily would be affected.
Maybe the rations, but probably only until you open them.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
And I have a medikit. I assume a medikit would be safe for space.
Yeah, I would say so.
Great. Okay, so yeah,
like
I do
if it was
have
underwater or something too. Usually,
right. In theory, I have some light cord.
yeah, I mean, it's cordage. It's probably like 550 or something. I would guess if it's written like as light cord, right? It's not going to pull a truck, but it can hold a person.
No, right? Yeah, quarter G.
Yeah. How much of it do you think you have there? Let's guess.
Let's see. So I have the basic kit, which is 5 kilograms. So it's a small backpack or belt pouch. So I would assume it's like 50 feet. You know, there's like
20 meters or so, maybe.
Military, like military cord. Like I'm sure that would.
Yeah, one of those like
wrapped up. Yeah,
8
like
rolls. Yeah.
Whatever they call it.
Let's say it's
paracord or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Let's say it is. Let's go ahead and say it's 20 meters of. All right, make it 30 meters of
Okay.
like 550 paracord, basically.
Okay. So if
I hold 2 people at 1G.
So I would presumably kind of pull myself near the ship and open the zipper, Velcro, whatever, and try to pull out the cord without spraying everything else everywhere in the space.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say you can do that without having to make a roll.
And then I would I guess find a mount point on my suit and tie one end to that.
Make me a vac suit roll. Speed vac suit dex, I think I'll go with.
I've got a dex of 3, so this should be good. Routine average.
I'll say this might be routine. You're just trying to tie a thing in through a knot or through a loop or something. Trying to find a loop that works. Makes sense. Isn't gonna rip your suit up. Yeah. Effect 2. Yeah, absolutely. You've secured it in 2 places on your body. You think that are like probably meant for that.
Yeah, right.
It's probably not meant to have like a rope tied to it in this way, but it's probably meant to more like to have a thing clipped onto it, but you can still feed it through it. It was, I would say, part of doing the vac suit roll is like maneuvering in a vac suit, right? And you did find that it is kind of difficult to do. Like, this is your first time doing this thing, right? This is your first time really doing space stuff in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And you find, these big gloves and stuff with this little cord. It's really not easy to get this thing to actually through here and to tie a knot that you're confident is going to hold you and potentially be, the thing that keeps you from dying in the cold dark of space on your own. So there is a lot of fear in this moment because you're like really trying to pull tight on the thing and it keeps slipping out of your hand because it's these big gloves.
And I would be trying a knot that I would be kind of thinking back to my magazine that had how to tie a bowling knot, and that would be tying this.
You're pretty confident you got it.
I've always practiced.
You got it tight on there, you think?
All right, and then
I'll touch helmets and say, I promise I'll never give you shit about your survival kit ever again.
Yeah. After, and then I'll kind of like give you the handful of the rest of the cord.
Pick it up as it floats towards me, kind of lightly.
Make me a vac suit roll. Tie yourself on.
Yeah, let's fucking do it.
That's so funny. I didn't plan that shit. I did not plan that shit to be like a thing where this thing played out with a rope.
Oh no. I don't know how to tie a knot.
Well, at a -4 like that, that's going to be like you're not even able to get it through the loophole, basically.
Can't work with these gloves.
All right,
I'll look at Paris and be like,
how close are the other two?
I'll throw my hands down.
I'm walking.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go
slowly and
for
carefully,
it.
but I'm just walking.
Okay.
I throw my hands down and just go for it.
I assume you want to like pull yourself.
I'll grab
Somebody
it.
else can try and get on there if they want, but it's gonna be at a higher difficulty.
Like there's a
I mean,
tether our ship is kind of hooked onto, right? So in theory, you gotta climb up that.
Yeah, your ship is basically like hooked onto what is essentially a landing pad that has like hooks underneath it. So it's literally meant to have the thing sink underneath and then hook out, and like hook it like that.
All right, well, I'll sort of grab back this next to the cord so it's not floating in the space to strangle somebody, and I guess we'll try to just move. There's nothing else for me to tie onto that would make sense.
There's holes through the whole, like, there's basically a pathway that's a grate that goes to what was essentially, which would essentially be an elevator that goes down, right? You understand what I mean so far?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, you know, it's meant to use like clips, like 2 clips where you
Yes.
like clip in and move a clip, but that doesn't really make sense with a string.
Correct.
So I guess
You're getting
we're
it.
just winging it.
All right. I mean, you can still
But
tie
yeah,
yourself
I
off and move a
see.
little ways, but
Shit. We just, I mean, okay, so I'll
you can tie yourselves together as best you can. so
gesture to
you're not-
you.
Yeah.
I'll gesture to you. And well, that's what we tried to do, but he wasn't able to do it. I'll just gesture to you and I'll yell and I'll just say like, hang on to the end of the cord. Just like,
You putting your helmets together? Because even if you're yelling, he can't hear you.
I know, but I don't know that because I'm not
Okay.
that experienced.
He
with
probably
this.
like points at the cord. Like
That's what I mean.
get
I
his
make
hands
like a
on
hand
it.
just see how
gesture and I yell like,
shaking the
hold on
cord
to
and-
the cord. Just hold
Yeah.
on. And so
I'll shake my fist
in
like
theory,
this,
if
and
one
then
of
grab
us
the
comes
Okay.
detached, yeah, just like wrap it around. Like if someone comes detached, we can help each other still in theory.
Yeah, I'll gesture my hand in a affirmation, symbol of affirmation, and then I will grab the cord.
And I'll take a second, and then I remember. Oh yeah.
Nice. You probably studied it.
Yeah,
All right, so you're
I mean, I
holding
have
onto the
some
cord
knowledge.
again?
I
Indeed.
read it in the magazine. No, I have that in my notes. It's like basic belter stuff you need to know.
So,
So you're just going to hold on to it, or what's the plan? What are you doing?
Yeah,
yeah, I'm just gonna
just
hold
like
it.
wrap it around his fist, I guess.
Yeah.
But do that
Okay.
without any like motor movement.
Okay. The rest of you that are moving out there in your vac suits, attempting to lock your mag boots into the right places, make sure that they have their proper indicator as being locked before you take your step for each of these. Please make me a vac suit roll. This is an average roll. And I
The
will say
others?
it will be intellect or dexterity, your choice.
That's everyone, or the other?
That's everybody. That's everybody. The people that have a tether have like an additional layer of stuff going on, but
I'm just taking Paris out for a walk.
yeah, like walking them like a dog. Yeah.
Looking good, boys. All right.
Okay. Yeah. No problems at all. Everybody's able to walk the up. Well, 25 meters for one of you and 15 meters for the other, up to this. Well, it's an airlock, but it's also an elevator. The interesting thing about it is that it is an opening forward in front of you, right? Like a door. And you kind of can look through this little sliver on there and actually see inside of it, the thick quality of this airlock. And is what's interesting is you look in there, the ceiling is the floor. But it is closed. There's
Does
an
it look-
There's an indicator that it's pressurized as well inside.
Does it look like there is a keypad for entrance? And does that look encrypted? And Door lock.
At first glance, it does
Don't give
appear
them
that
any
there is
ideas.
at first glance, it does appear to be like a pretty simple keypad, which can be typed into or whatever, but it's not. But that itself is closed, and there is what looks to be a tap, like a card tap on it. So basically, you can open it up, and it opens up, and then you can, and then it cycles. They're fairly standard for secure airlocks. So it is absolutely a secure airlock. You can tell that right up front. I would say, since you're looking at it like that, and you were trying to check it out, go ahead and just make me probably an investigate roll. I would say it would be and investigate.
Would electronics computers work?
No, for just checking out the whole door. No,
I don't have investigate, so
it's on stun train then.
Look as well, since we're taking a second, slow and steady.
Okay. Yeah, same thing. Int investigate.
I don't know. I'm trying.
Sorry, what was that?
I thought I had a skill for that,
should be able to-
but
Oh no.
Maybe
I can just make
add
a
it.
new. I can make a new skill, and it's -3, right?
Yeah.
For an untrained.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I have that then. So let me roll for that. What is?
You can choose roll modified or untrained, like once you add the skill.
Oh, my screen just went black.
And it actually looks like it incorporates Jack of all trades as well.
Okay, cool. Your screen went black. Can you see? now?
Yeah.
Are you good now?
I think that no. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, the TV just turned off for some reason. Okay.
Okay.
And what was the modifier?
It's -3 for untrained.
Oh, but there is no characteristic
In.
associated.
Oh, int is.
Oh,
But
man,
I
making
think
me
Venom said that you
-4.
could do it. I think Venom said that once you add a skill to it, you can actually do an untrained thing on it.
Main thing on it.
Yeah, you can
Oh, I
you
see.
can add a
I
skill
see.
called untrained and then set that skill on your untrained entry to say skill name untrained. And then yeah, int for the characteristic.
Thanks.
Oh my god.
Snake eyes.
Wow.
Literally the lowest I could roll.
All right, you're checking it out, and
Wow.
you you would accidentally trigger the data pad as you're looking around on it, without seeing it.
Don't touch it.
Due to the bulkiness of your suit, right? You're kind of like laying there, looking at it, you're like, oh shit, and it does light up for a brief moment. I'm adding a tension die to the pool.
Hmm.
Oh. Alright, well, I rolled an 8 investigates.
Okay, that is a success. Yes. The keypad is, as I said, is pretty obvious. The secondary lock on the exterior is fairly new stuff, though. You've seen a few things like this in your time, though, and as an investigator. You're right. There's a few things you may have hacked your way into in the past when you were trying to see certain things. So it's not completely foreign, but you would need a data pad or something like that to access it, to plug in. But you could probably figure out either what the code is or at least get access to the keypad itself. But you would need to interface with it.
Is that more computers or more like electronics? Computers is one of the entries for electronics.
Yeah, I would say that would be
Electronics computers.
Yes, I would say it would probably you figure out that if you could interface with it, somebody could probably hack into the pad.
Mm-hmm. I have my mobile comm with me.
Yeah, I brought my pad with me as well. I have electronics computers 1.
As they're like sitting there like pointing at the pad and like showing like where the ports and stuff are, you know, if you have something you might be able to connect to it, you can try.
Yeah, so I have a TL10 mobile, basically a laptop mobile phone.
Okay. Which one is it?
Which I assume you do too. This is a TL10 mobile com.
Okay, yeah.
Is that what you have?
I have a portable computer pad with
there's a lot of
built-in
different
regional
stuff
comms
that
device. Yeah.
does similar things.
What TL is it?
8.
Okay, so
I should get the better one.
yeah, Paris's is just newer. Yours is like bigger and bulkier and stuff.
What was it called? The thing you have?
Portable computer pad. So if you probably have a more universal connector. If you want to give it a go, I have the skill. I could have my helmet on yours right now too, so we're kind of like talking it out right now. So if you want to give it a go, you know.
No.
Really.
I'll plug my phone in and then point to you. Like you do it.
With my my fist again. I'll pick up his phone and I'll start seeing what I can do with it, or her phone. Sorry.
Okay. Maybe electronics computer set. Sorry, I just saw your DM there, Psycho.
I wish it wasn't int.
Int is a good stab. It's commonly used, unfortunately. Okay. You can always work on getting smarter.
Shake my fist.
You can though. That's one of the stats.
I've got electronics. I've specialties in other types of electronics, but I've got electronics 0. So can I get?
Yeah, at a -3 effect, I will say it's not enough to trigger any alarms or anything as you plug in, but you quickly realize that it's gonna like there is data security on this device, and you're about to trigger it, and so you just pull the plug basically, and you also gain an additional tension die.
Shit. Okay.
I would say the answer to that is then probably, I would say yes. That's fine. Psycho.
Okay, just checking.
I'll look at Paris. I'll kind of look over my shoulder at Isaac and Bailey. And I'll kind of I'll do a belter gesture that's kind of like idea, and it's like spinning your hand around your head, I guess.
Okay.
As I look at both of them.
Okay, so there's like basically 2 layers. So there's like a more modern like protection on the keypad essentially that we're trying to open.
Yeah, and then there's just a regular old school keypad under it. With, you could probably see it's like a 4-digit code.
Can I use my mechanic skill to kind of like determine if that's the only way in? Like if there's a more like analog route through this door? Busting a hinge or something, you know?
I would say, yeah, you could try and make maybe an education mechanic.
An education mechanic?
Yeah, see, talk about think about if you've learned about this specific kind of airlock and security systems before, and how they might what their schematics would be like, what you can pull apart and stuff without setting off alarms.
Might have like a emergency mode or something for
yeah. All right.
Let's see.
See, a -1 effect. You don't set off any alarms or gain any attention die or anything like that to the pool. But as you're like looking it over, trying to figure out if there's any way to get inside, tell this thing is built like a rock. I mean, it's really substantial. It could probably even take some actual like weapons fire from a ship, like ship scale weapons to a degree.
If nobody else tries any ideas, I can try to hack it again.
The rest of you are there. Bailey and Isaac, what are you doing?
I'm just standing there watching them.
Yeah, I don't know anything about.
I could try again. I got electronics computers. So
Okay.
this takes more time. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah, you can try. You can try and get in there again.
Kind of gesture towards Paris, like, do you want to give it a go?
I mean, it has to be like it has to be in, not education, I guess. It's probably in this case.
Right, I'm getting a negative
I
one
don't
to
think I
that.
would have actually learned. I don't think I actually would have learned about hacking
Try it
necessarily. Yeah. What's your net roll? Like 0 + 1? Yeah, 0. Yeah, like I said, it's not realistic for us to take off again and go somewhere else. I think the only other option would be to knock on the door and
be clear.
get
One of
their
you doesn't
attention.
have the fuel to do that.
Right.
2 burns.
Right.
I guess hacking it's our only way, but I gotta hack 2 things, which sucks.
You don't have 2 burns. You spent all 6 burns because you had to spend 2 to get going, 2 to stop, and you spent 2 to do that correction in the middle. So one of those is without fuel. One of the landers has 2, and the other one has none right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I'd be looking around for a refueling station, pump, piping.
Yeah.
Anything.
Go ahead and just make me like a recon, like an ant recon.
Average.
Yeah, I would say you could make a pure int roll if you prefer for this.
Oh yeah, because my recon's garbage, untrained.
This isn't strictly recon though. If you had a recon, I would say it would be good to add that to this, if that makes sense.
Oh well, if it's just pure int, then I can re-roll that.
Yeah, go ahead. Just roll your int. Okay. Yeah, there is obviously like a refueling station out here that it seems like it is controlled inside of the airlock. So you can basically unlock hoses and pump whatever stored liquid hydrogen they have here into. So you could theoretically, if they have fuel, refuel both of these.
Well, I'll go on the assumption that we need some fuel, so I'll go ahead and spend the time hooking those fuel lines up.
You can't move the hoses unless the thing is unlocked from the inside. That's what I'm saying. The whole assembly is out there.
Okay,
You can see it.
I gotcha.
All right, I'm gonna try hacking this through again. It's a average roll int.
It'll be average.
Electronics?
Yeah, I would say computers, electronics.
Boom.
Nice.
Let's fucking go.
All right. Keep in mind, Isaac also still has 1 boon. If he wants to spend that on anything.
Like we
It's the
got-
Boone J. Wood bought you earlier.
Just get started. We got so much shit to try to accomplish here.
Okay, but yes, with that, you believe you are in. Now, I'm gonna let you know now. Once you're in here and you're seeing what's going on, this has countermeasure software. So it's as though it has a AI dedicated to anti-hacking you. And so now you are essentially in a battle of wits with this countermeasure software, attempting to get it to open the keypad. You have a number of points that you can basically spend to do different things, and so does it. But to make it very simple here, we're going to start with just doing a contested computers electronics roll. Now, the difference here from the last one is this isn't necessarily an intellect roll, but it can be. This is going to be your choice of any of your mental statistics, but the attacker has to first make the attacker has to act first, basically, which is you. So you're essentially trying to get into the system. You're like, oh shit, this has like countermeasures, and then the walls are going up, and you're trying to get in. So, if you would please make me your roll.
Yeah. What are the
You're
mental
doing
ones?
it. You're doing it at average, but it doesn't matter because it's contested. Any of your mental stats. So, for example, that would be intellect, education, and I would say those would be the only two that would count in this one. In certain situations, charm would count and stuff like that, but in Psi, but obviously not in this. So for you, it would be intellect and education. Luck. I'm not gonna count luck on this one, but there are rolls I think that could come up that would be luck.
Let's go. Come on.
Don't worry, it's contested. He's
Oh, that's
gonna
right. That's
roll
right. He
like
could roll
us.
worse.
It's the system, so I don't have a sheet for it. I'm just rolling it off of the PDF.
All of a sudden, you just see Lean get like rigid, like super serious mode, basically. Like
You have failed the first
my
round.
fingers are going crazy.
It doesn't mean you're kicked out yet. You, like I said, you have a number of points basically that you spend. These are like hit points basically. So you had 10. You took 4 from that. You now have 6. Okay. And it is also at 10, as far as you can tell, in terms of like its control over the system. It acting in defense, it attempts to do something. Which is a difficult roll. This is a difficulty 10 that it's attempting to do. Does not succeed. It is not a contested roll, but you have as far as you can tell at this point, an amount of time before it probably sounds some kind of alarm, right? But that's time is not yet. You can still make multiple attacks. At this point, its posture is very defensive, though. But again, you have 6 more basically hit points to use. What do you do?
Pull Paris so our helmets are touching, and I'm like, listen, we only got a few seconds to get into this thing before it starts launching countermeasures on us, and we're locked out, and I don't know what we do after that. So give me a second, and I'm just gonna go back to doing some offensive axors.
You can do
Okay,
this.
so you can try to give yourself more of those points, right?
Yeah.
Instead of gaining control, right? You can basically like set yourself into a more defensive position, etc., to gain more points, or you can try to make more progress.
I
in the
think I would
hack.
definitely.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I would definitely like to set up a defensive barrier right off the bat.
Okay, so yeah, this takes time, and you have got time. I mean, the time is running out, right? But
That's right.
you've got that clock ticking. So you can either keep trying to go straight for it, or you can try to defend yourself to set yourself up to go for it. This is
I got 6 left. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna do one more attack.
okay.
See if I can make some progress before I have to defend myself.
Contested roll.
All right, here we go. Electronics computer.
Nice. Oof.
Oh,
Shut the fuck up. Oh,
perfect tie. What happens on a tie? Hold on.
no progress.
Tie goes to the runner. That's everybody knows that.
I'm the runner. I'm the net runner.
It might actually. I'm reading the PDF on. I try computer.
That's what they say about baseball and cyber hacking.
Operation points.
Tie goes to the runner.
Competitors' currencies. Spend each round performing operations. Operation points are equal to the total result of the trucks. Defending system may have 2 operators, an NPC or an agent program. If a defending system has no operators, given software, if the defending system is using software as an operator, this is additional. Here we go. At the end of the round. Okay, so in the case of an NPC, we would make another contested roll, but in the case of an agent program, the advantage goes to the attacker.
Nice. That's a cool distinction, though. I like that.
Yeah.
Like a brain is more intelligent. Would be able to
You get the extra edge.
Yeah. Runner.
All right, so yes, so you do make 1 level of progress. You need to hit level 3 progress. Well, level 3 is the finish line.
Push on.
So you're gonna try and do another attack directly following.
Oh yeah, I'm drilling.
Okay. They are also at 6. You spent 2 operation points to do that, so you were technically at 4 operation points.
Really?
Yeah. So you're at 4. They're at 6.
I'm a drill.
Uh-oh.
Fucking bullshit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, bad day.
Yeah, this might not go well for you.
Terrible. Roll bad.
Roll bad.
Roll bad.
I'll do my best. I don't know.
Roll bad.
Can I use a negative boon?
Oh, I beat you by 1. Okay, so that's not a huge. That's not a huge amount. So you lose 1 operation point, but you are blocked.
I am going to add defense this time.
Okay. All right, so you can. There's a couple of different things you can do to add defense. You can do an intense scan. You can try and do a blind exploit, a pure exploit, or a probe. A probe is much easier. It gets you +1. This would give you 1 operation point. Exploit would give you 2. A blind exploit would give you 2. But a blind exploit, so the attempt multiple common exploits at once. This can be prevented by a defender successful 10+. And then the regular exploit is attempt to exploit a defender system. This may only be done if probe was done first. So you'd have to do the probe first to do a regular exploit. But that would give you 3 total.
I see.
If you did those, but that would be 2 turns. You see what I'm saying to do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a blind exploit.
Wow.
Okay, so that means you need to first make a successful roll. So first do your computer's roll. It's not a contested roll for me. You have to get a success.
Didn't know I was gonna be a hacker.
Hold on, I was seeing what the DM is 8 or not. I think it is. System +1.
Pull Paris into my helmet and be like,
Or not.
I'm gonna tell him that my key card's not
so
working.
it's 8. Okay, so you're not able to do the blind exploit, and you lose. Yeah, you lose 1 operation point.
2 now.
All right, it is going to do something or try to do something.
Not allowed.
It is a difficult roll.
Gravity to the floor.
Fails by a lot. Okay, it loses some operation points.
I'm gonna drill. This is my Hail Mary.
It's on its last legs.
I'm a drill. Hail Mary.
Oh, those are good numbers. Those are good numbers.
All right, so this would get you to 2 if you succeed on this, unless your effect makes it higher. I was not able to do my remove vulnerabilities last turn. I failed that. So
Found one.
I'm going to roll and try and beat it.
Wait, don't waste the last second to patch. Oh,
okay.
no. Got
So
him with
that's
his pants down.
So that's what is that?
That's game over, man.
Yeah, that's 2 levels. So you do manage to get in. You can now open it with a command. Not the airlock itself, but the keypad.
The keypad.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And then it opens up. You have access to the keypad now.
I grab Paris in
You see the
excitement.
keypad, yeah.
You see like this like glow in my eye, like I just fucking like what? You know, I have a little bit of a gambling problem, and so something like this is kind of like, you know, I'm getting that rush. I'm feeling it.
What took so long just to open that simple keypad?
Don't worry about it. Stage 2. Get ready to win big.
Okay, yeah, the keypad is present. You see it's got a 4-digit keypad. You could potentially access this maybe and try and hack it as well, but you would have to actually pull the pad apart to do that, which is almost definitely going to set off alarms in a set period of time.
Shit.
And we definitely don't know what the number is, right?
Do you?
Do we?
Do you?
It's your...
Fucking with us?
No,
Yeah, he's fucking with us.
no, I'm not.
He didn't give us any numbers. The guy that gave us the job didn't give us any numbers.
We get the anniversary of Hope's Landing.
You
Get the flight number of the Astro Light. All numbers I got.
I got the year 2512.
This year? What year? This year?
Yeah, that's the year we exist in. Yeah.
I thought 2378 was something.
That was the
such a
last
zero.
campaign. That was the. last
But that
movie
was
campaign.
when. Okay. This is the 134th anniversary of Hope's launch.
Yeah, 2512.
What's some faster than light
12.
numbers?
All right, I'm gonna. Is there space dust on the ground?
No, not really. I mean, there's some dust around, but it's like most of it's thrown off into space. A lot of it, right? Like there's a
It's
kind
not
of
gonna
an
work 'cause
aura
everyone
of
was-
dust.
They were all wearing gloves when they touched the pad.
Yeah, the
There's not gonna be-
greasy space fingers.
Greasy space
I
fingers.
saw the MacGyver.
and we still don't know what order they're touched in.
Well, I mean, maybe there's only one number that's just like 4 of those. 1111. You think anybody wants to get out here and be like, shit, I forgot the code?
That's fair.
They're gonna keep it easy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
To be fair, I will say you do realize that the locking mechanism that you got through already is way more sophisticated and complicated
Fucking God.
than this one. This is like an old school
love
TL8 thing. Whereas the thing you got through was a TL10 locking mechanism with an AI attached to it.
Delta knowledge? Like, is there like a...
Ooh, I like that.
Is there like a defunct passcode that a lot of times people don't change just because it's just like... like Venom said, people want to be able to get in for safety. So it's like...
Okay, I'll say roll
These old
luck
models,
belter profession.
You
Luck
push them on
profession
the
belter.
back corner just right, and they just let you pass. Everybody knows that.
Like an admin passcode. Fuck yeah. Oh, fucking... This one.
You've seen airlocks like this before, right? Like, as part of that work, but this one's like a, you know, an actual, like, secure, like one of them more secured versions, like a doubled secure airlock. You've seen keypads, literally this, like, same model of keypad before. They don't have some, like, standard, like, the standard setup code is, like, 0000, and you're like, well, it's probably not that, but, you can try that if you want. I would say with a roll like that, you're not going to get anything bad. Like there's no adding to the pool, or you won't be adding to the tension pool or anything with it. But and you're not going to get like any progress on the keypad with it. But what you will know is that it probably lets you type in a wrong code about 5 times or so before it locks you out.
As standard for this model.
Yeah, that kind of a thing. But that's about all you would get from that.
I'm putting in 2512.
All right, you type in 2512.
Mm-hmm.
Little red lights up.
I'm like, what are you doing?
4 left.
It doesn't react like in terms of like this wouldn't show like if you get the first number right or you know anything like that.
No.
Like Wordle.
It wouldn't leak information.
No.
The only other number is we have the flight number of the Astral Light, but I don't see how that could possibly have anything to do with this. I think it doesn't make sense.
He's just fucking with us.
I'm not saying that I gave you a number. I'm just saying maybe you do have access to a number.
I don't know. I'm just saying we don't.
Maybe we do.
Do we?
Maybe.
It doesn't sound like you do now. I don't know.
Yo, no, we do. Don't listen to him. We do. We're gonna yes and this door.
What's all of our birthdays? What's all of our birthdays?
Combined birthdays. Well, you know my character's birthday. It's the same in every campaign.
I'm just thinking, you know, out of character, we obviously know that this is related to those events in some way, shape, or form. But
It's
your birthday?
It's fast.
no, to the Hope's launch debacle.
Oh shit!
And we don't know. So there was
How
some.
is it related to that though? This is a different
What do you
company.
mean? Well, just they're well, no. Well, is it though? But they're related to the like. This is obviously FTL, and there was no number on the crate. We saw the render of the crate, but there was no number there.
No.
All right, well, I guess we're hacking it then.
Well, we got 5 tries. Well, 4 tries. I tried 0,
Holy shit!
Flash is red. No.
Oh, a little part of me thought that would work.
3 more.
What's I mean, like, what's the proves
I
the
wanna
president
stop
of
it.
Solubec Industries?
Oh,
Like, what's his? You know, but I don't know
What's
why.
the
Unless they're
coordinates?
going to use one code.
what were the
I will,
coordinates? on
I
the
will
astral
say that you don't.
charts?
Now that you're here and you're like, you can look into the airlock and that little window and stuff, and it's where you see the pump assembly and stuff in there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see any markings for Solubec here. You don't. It might be
Yeah,
solid deck
see.
related. It might not be.
That's right. These are
It's not. These are space pirates.
with faster than light travel. Did we miss the pickup?
Well, that's a possibility. Sure, of course. What was the frequency of the blue light that was coming off of the FTL ships?
There was when we got directions here, there was no asteroid charted, but there was like coordinates. Where are those numbers?
Yeah.
So it was an asteroid. They pointed you to an asteroid. They just said there's something there. We promise.
I don't even know what that.
But there wasn't like any.
What do these coordinates even mean?
Gotcha.
There wasn't like a named base or a space station there or
Is
anything.
the asteroid named?
But I mean, yeah, like all asteroids have like a alphanumeric or something like that. But it's not like a.
All asteroids have a passcode.
But it's like a pretty. Yeah, it's a 4-digit. No, but. It is a named asteroid because they're all named, but it's not like it has a real name. It's like
X3A14145.
Yeah.
All right, 7145. I had to put it in.
From what? What is that for?
That's our astrolight flight number.
Flashes green and opens. No, I'm checking. It doesn't do that.
No take backs. No take backs.
It was canon.
I solved your damn puzzle. You can't do
All right,
that
I'm
to
gonna
me.
pry off the faceplate and hack into this.
You got 2 more.
All right. No, we don't. I'm
All
hacking
right,
it.
pry it. Hack it.
I'm gonna jack into the matrix.
All right. Okay, you pull the faceplate off.
There's a cyborg inside with the laser pistol.
All right. So this is gonna be. I'm gonna say. Electronics, computers. Yeah, I would say I'll allow this one to be education or int. Like education because you know the pad, or int because you're trying to intuit how to handle this. With a roll like that, no, it's not a success. That was a fail. That was a -2 effect. So with that, you don't manage to get in, but what you do manage to do is figure out that you've got 10 minutes before it locks you out entirely.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay.
Brute force. Here we go.
This is not like the other hack. You're not against an AI or anything. You're literally just trying to get in, and it gets harder each time. So. It's also fail. You're not at 10 minutes yet, but you will be after a couple more rolls. Each attempt is 10 minutes there, so that's 2. So we'll say that's 5 rolls in 10 minutes. 2 minutes per roll. Still no progress. 2 more. Right, so that is a success at getting 1 level in. You now have 2 minutes before it locks you out. That does not mean you get the whole thing, but what I will let you do is roll 1d4. Right? You do get all 4.
Wow.
What?
All 4 digits.
Yep.
What was the
Oh,
code?
really? Beep, beep, beep. I pop that bitch in. On the faceplate that's like hanging off, you know? It's like. Pretty. Oh, these are the digits?
Yep. Nine, 4, 7, 1.
Oh wow, I figured you would have just had a 4-digit code prepped.
So the way I wanted to play it was that there is a code that has access to it through this little mini game thing that I have here for the hacking. But that's like a goal to get the code. And I was going to do it character by character and see how many characters you could get per attempt, basically. So every attempt you were going to roll a d4, and it would get you between 1 and 4 codes. So you could maybe get it all in one attempt, or you would have to maybe do 4 attempts and run down while you're running down the clock. And you ended up in a situation where you only had 1 attempt left that you could have done. So if you had rolled a 2 and a 1 or something, you'd have been fucked. But if you got it the next 2, but because you rolled a 4 on that one, you got all 4 numbers. So you're very lucky you rolled a 4 on the d4.
Oh my god. I look at Paris and I pull her close and I pull a helmet and I need a fucking cigarette.
Wow,
What is
okay.
going on?
But yeah, with that, they light up, and the alert that you were worried about disarms. Basically, you can see you unplug it. You're able to even kind of snap the plate back on, so it's somewhat usable again. But you can still tell it's been pulled apart if you looked closely. And you don't hear it, but you kind of feel it through your feet a little bit as the door opens after venting the oxygen, the air inside of this chamber. It vents it first and then opens. So you now have an airlock that you can get into, but it is upside down.
That was too easy.
For you, maybe. I thought I was gonna fail it for everybody.
They
I
wanted
thought
us because of this door.
this was it. I was working on backup plans.
I mean, I had other ways that you
keep-
could get a different code from
My
something, but yeah.
keypad doesn't work for some reason. I need to be let back in.
Yo, no, that's what y'all do. Change the codes.
Go out there to use the bathroom. What?
Yeah, I came
We're
out
on
for
a
a
quick-
smoke and came back and the
We're
password
on a
changed.
quick timeline here.
My key
We gotta get
fob
the
died.
All right, well, I mean, there must be like a handhold to like.
Yeah, there's handholds all
yourself?
inside. There's handholds all inside of it. Yeah.
So I'm gonna do a sweet ass maneuver and just like flip up, I guess.
You step into the interior. Everybody just make me a vac suit maneuver. It's a routine. Dexterity vac suit.
Knowing I'm not very dexterous, can I use intelligence? Can I just like take a second to think about how this is gonna happen?
No, but you can.
Visualize it.
You watch me
No.
do it.
No, but because you have athletics, I will give you I will let you roll that instead of vac suit if you wish.
I do not wish. We good.
All right. Yeah, everybody seems fine. It's a little bit difficult maneuvering yourself around in this way. It's kind of complicated at first because you're being pulled upwards the whole time. You're grabbing onto these handholds and you're pulling your feet up from it, and then it's immediately pulling you down while you're sort of upside down. So there's this oh crap, I'm in a handstand kind of thing now, and flipping yourself back around. And for some of you, it's more difficult than others, but you're able to pull it off. You kind of fold your body down as you do it. It's only at a quarter G, which helps. If it was at a full G, it might be quite difficult to do. But you're able to, in the time that it takes, you're able to pretty easily handle the situation. And then there's a very disorienting feeling as you now feel like you're actually standing with a 0.5 G gravity on the surface of this elevator, basically, which is essentially the ceiling from the perspective you just had. As you look out over the lander and see it upside down from your perspective on the surface, hanging here, being threatened to be pushed off into space by the centripetal force.
I throw up.
It spins here, but it's not like you're seeing the stars spin by and really fast in the distance or anything, because of the incredible parallax between you and them. But you are briefly disoriented, and the button to cycle the airlock sits there in front of you. I assume one of you presses it.
Look at everybody.
You can also
There's
see
no
the
button
button
here for the refueling.
There is a button in there to unlock it. It's like a lever basically just to unlock the thing on the outside.
Let's do that first, and then let's see. We'll hit the button and go down, I guess.
So you unlock the fuel. Are you gonna actually go fuel it, or are you gonna go down first?
I mean, the smart money is to refuel first. As a player, I want to get this thing going, but realistically, you should have a tank of gas in case things go bad.
You do.
I'll push the elevator button.
It's going to
There we
refer to
go.
you anyway as the pilot.
Right, it closes, and you feel it, or begin to kind of vibrate a bit. The elevator isn't lowering. You're looking out the window. What it is doing is it's pumping air in now. It's exchanging air. It's an airlock, after all.
Dirty space air.
After dirty space air, it's not pumping air from outside in. Once you feel this vibration kind of stop, you notice that while you still hear your breathing as loud as they can hear inside the sealed helmet, there's a bit of a tone to everything due to the atmosphere outside, and then an additional vibration as you begin to lower down into the interior below.
Technically, the elevator will go up.
Well, up from your perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
I sort of pull everybody together and say, I love you guys. Good luck.
We can probably look over and see Bailey wearing his shades.
Haley. God damn it.
So there's oxygen. We can take our helmets off if we want.
Your suit indicates that it is pressurized, yes.
I gasp.
Yeah. Your ears pop as you pull your helmet off, but
Something I'm used to.
yeah, it's oxygen, nitrogen. Like what you would expect.
All right.
I will.
Take my helmet off, clip it to my belt. Take my glove off, and clip that to my belt.
It's a good idea. I'm gonna do that too.
Okay.
So I can shoot my fucking gun.
And I
I
will
will
ready,
lead
de-holster.
this thing.
I'll
Holy
ready
shit,
my
you're
pistol.
trying to get us shot.
I look
It's
at
not
Bailey.
Doom.
I'm like,
It's just like,
I look at Bailey and I say,
yeah, the Doom music kicks in. Level 1.
Maybe one of these days. Okay. You take a few steps off of this elevator as it hits its bottom level. It doesn't seem to have multiple floors to choose between or anything like that. Just one location that it goes to. And upon arriving, it immediately opens, which surprises you a bit. You look down a dimly lit corridor, empty, but finished, with lighting, everything. There are barrels strewn across the sides, bits of loose wire here and there, not exposed wiring, but like loose actual wire, like coiled up and sitting on the top barrels and stuff, like it's being used for repairs and stuff in the past. It's not poorly maintained. If anything, it's almost to like a military precision. Everything's clean, nicely taken care of. There are multiple crates around just the space you're in now, and you're quickly get hopeful, but no, none of those are quite big enough.
I grab the first crate we see and I'll say, let's go, guys. Got it.
This little shoebox. None of them are quite large enough, and none of them
Like a
are marked.
blue crate.
None of them are marked Soloback Industries. So there might be a brief moment of excitement as you look at them, but none of these could be it. There is another door at the end of this corridor beyond. As far as you can tell, it's just another pressure door, but not an airlock of any kind. Just a standard interior pressure door that you would see inside of many space stations everywhere. The interior made of prefab structures that you've seen in many other parts of the solar system. primarily Jovian, but used in other construction elsewhere in the solar system as well. Now, the lights in here are low, but they're not. It's not dark. It's just kind of like dim lighting, and that's fairly common. A lot of these things are on different cycles of like day and night. So lights get a little darker during a night cycle and a little brighter during a day. So that might be what's happening here. You kind of look up at them. You can smell now that you're in here. There is a distinct smell of ozone in here, which first gives you pause to be like, oh wait, are their scrubbers not working properly or something? But you're able to breathe pretty well. Your indicators on your suit show that there's proper oxygen, nitrogen. There's not an extra buildup of CO2 or anything like that, but you do get this smell of some ozone, like a burning, like fried electronics or something. And it's ubiquitous. It's not something you're like, oh, it's just right here. And if anything, it gets stronger as you head into, like, down further this corridor. You take a few steps and you hear, without making any rolls, the sound of metal on metal, like a clunking sound. It sounds as though it's coming from the other side of the door right down this hall. It's only one door in this entire corridor, at least there. It's not a very long corridor, by the way, either. It's only about 3 meters long. It's like basically a space to store some stuff, it seems like, as you're coming in, more or less, into probably a very small drilled passage, because keep in mind, they built these inside the interior of these mined out asteroids, so they put their corridors where they have the holes for them. So you hear the sound repeating several times. What do you do?
We listen. So is it, how rhythmic
behind
does it
some
seem?
crates.
Like how much of a pattern is it? Like, does it sound like men working, or does it sound like a robo security dog?
It does repeat. It sounds kind of light. It doesn't sound like perfectly repetitive, but it also does sound mechanical. So it could definitely be a robot or something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Since you're asking the question, go ahead and make me a recon. Just an int recon, I would say.
I'm just taking cover. Like, there's
Behind the
noise.
crates.
There's something there.
I do
so
not
I'm
have
just-
recon skill.
Okay.
I roll straight int, or
Yeah, I'll allow you to roll a straight int on this.
I got a
Dummy.
4.
What's your survival book tell you about this?
What's your survival book tell you about this?
Didn't mention infiltrating top secret labs.
Government facilities.
You
That's
thought
what
for
we
a
will.
brief moment you heard a very low volume, but not like a whisper, but like a low volume voice, like a radio on low volume or something like that for a moment on the other side, but you can't quite make it out because it's covered up by the dun 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 sound that you keep hearing on the other side. You're listening now, Bailey. You did down behind this crate, kind of taking cover in case something's coming. You guys do
Does it
anything
sound like
else?
it's getting closer?
No, it does not sound like it's getting closer.
Is my mobile comm, so it's essentially like a modern day cell phone, including like as a computer.
Yeah.
Is it something I could like use to try to listen on in terms of like EM, like radio? If it was a radio, try to see if I'm getting any sort of picking up any signals, kind of thing.
Yeah. As long as you have like a comm dot you can put in your ear or something, you can.
I also
Listen like
calmed
that.
out with me, yes.
Yeah.
To kind of try to scan with like electronics comms.
I would say yeah. It would be a
Can I use, like,
difficulty
education?
10. Yeah, I would say education would be fine. Difficulty 10. Okay.
7.
You can tell there's stuff happening, but you can't tell what. You know what I mean? Like you can't connect to anything or whatever. It's basically like I can tell there's Wi-Fi networks and stuff, that kind of a thing, right? But you're not able to get on any of them. Not easily anyway. That stuff is pretty hardened, I would say.
Okay,
it's after go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna open the door, but if you have more to tell me, go ahead.
Yeah. So after a couple of moments, you guys are trying to figure out what to do. You're scanning. You're down behind the crates. I'm not sure what Isaac is doing because Nicol's away for a moment, but you all get a strange sensation for a moment. It feels like pressure in your ears, and it builds for a moment, and for a brief moment you're worried that the atmosphere is being pumped out of the room. You keep, you try to force breathing to check, and you're able to breathe just fine. It doesn't seem like the atmosphere is being pumped out at all. So there's that brief moment of panic kind of subsides, and then you look around and you see everything slightly glowing blue. Little sparks of what can only be described as static electricity arc across parts of the corridor around you. None of them like arcing out and striking you, nothing like huge, just like little sparks all over. It's strange for a moment. Then you recognize some of the Cherenkov radiation, the effects of it. Oh, this is the same thing that happened before, except you're closer now, and it is here. It's right here. In fact, it's probably on the other side of that door. And you all begin to feel dizzy, like you're losing your balance. I need everybody to make an endurance check. It's pure endurance.
Do our suits have any kind of radiation alarm?
They would show you if you've been delivered a lethal radiation dose or anything. Yes. You don't see that you don't see it doing that at the moment. No, this would just be 8, just average.
I can do a 6.
What's that, 6?
Ooh.
No, it is at 8. It is at 8.
Fuck.
All right, if you get below an 8, you vomit.
Good thing we took our helmets off, boys.
True.
So
Very
everybody
true.
except me starts yakking.
Everybody throws up on the ground right there in the corridor, except for Bailey, who kind of catches their stomach. I would like everybody to roll a d6 now. Just one.
Everybody.
Many liters of
Everybody.
vomit.
We both roll 4s, Paris.
Both roll threes,
Perfect.
Bailey.
Perfect. That's
What?
actually that's almost literally exactly what I was hoping would happen.
That means we're dead.
Lean and Paris. First, we'll just handle you first, as your rolls are first. Lean and Paris. Lean. You have a memory. It's strong. It's visceral. It's like you're there. Paris, what is it? It's from your life.
Oh boy. You see me not dissimilar to maybe some of the stuff you experienced in the belt, but this is with a group of miners and mechanics on Ganymede station actually, and Isaac's actually there with me. And
remember, this is you. You're
basically
experiencing this as though it was you. So it's not like you would see Paris. It's like what you're experiencing. You are
They're
Paris.
having they're in basically a what do you call that with I'm blanking on the word, but they're trying to group together union. So there's like basically a union meeting. They're arguing about what they should do, and they're basically out of work. So there's this intense sort of emotional situation where they're like, Paris is quite exhilarated and excited and afraid because this is quite intense, and they don't fully trust her because she's here kind of as a reporter.
Okay, let's stop right there. Those emotions that you just described, that's what you were feeling in this moment?
Mm-hmm.
Excitement, exhilaration, anything else?
I mean, concern. I'm at this time of my life, I'm very passionate about their cause. I almost feel like I'm one of them. But I had just arrived here, so
okay.
I wouldn't
so those are all the emotions that you feel in that moment. Now, Lean, I mean, Paris, you too are struck with a strong memory. Lean, what is it? It was from your life.
All right. There's basically, you see in the interior of kind of like a beat up, rusted out free merchant vessel, dimly lit, and first thing you're feeling is probably fear, honestly. This intense fear and this sensation of just wanting to run, like flee as fast as you can. But if you look to your left and you look to your right, there's basically people standing next to you in what appears to be a cargo hold of some free merchant vessel, and there is several crates in front of us. Several of them are opened, and one is open, and you can see some sort of liquid containers, maybe like a bright fluorescent kind of color kind of emanating from them, but there's a lot of them. And you see a few people in like I guess security armor. You recognize it as you actually recognize the armor probably as like it would probably be a rather large station near the belt, near maybe even where we're going, near Ganymede. Some sort of security force that patrols that area. And that sensation of wanting to flee is just overcome by this overwhelming sensation of being stuck, and you're pretty worried, pretty concerned about what's coming.
Let's leave it there. Those are all the emotions you feel in that moment. So those are what you too feel, because it's as though you're experiencing this memory like it's happening to you right now. All right, the same thing. Go ahead, please ask any questions you have.
I just mean like
this is happening all in a flash.
In terms of myself in this moment, is it still there, or I'm just like I think I'm back in this free merchant, like
you just think you're back in that,
or
in
is
that
it just
free
am I
merchant.
just having this Okay, so it's I
But-
can't
but
really
you-
overcome
but you
that,
haven't-
I just believe.
You haven't lost that you are Paris, though. It's like your brain is doing the neuroelasticity thing, where it's integrating this as a memory into Paris's life with all those emotions, all those things that you felt. But because it's being written into your brain in real time, you're experiencing it as though it's happening. So there is a duality of what you're experiencing at the moment.
Right, but it's not like it's overcoming my self-control at this moment.
No, nothing like that.
Okay, all right.
And it's over pretty quick. It's like all those emotions. It's like, how long does it take you to remember something traumatic in your life or something, right?
Yeah, right.
You can play through it in just a few seconds, and then you're like, oh
I
my
just wanna
god, what was
confirm,
that?
Yeah. But I'm not just like, oh shit, right now you think you're about to be hit by the cop, whatever.
No, it's nothing like that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, you're not just about to start bolting down.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that.
It's like you're remembering something that never happened to you, but it's
Exactly.
a memory.
But
your
it's
own
more
memory.
visceral than just trying to remember something, because it's being written into your mind at that time.
Yeah,
But yes,
And there's blue light everywhere.
Bailey and Isaac. The same thing is happening to you two. Who would like to start as the rememberer? The first person to remember the other person's thing. Imagine if you all rolled the same number.
Hit me.
All right, Bailey,
All right,
you have a memory from a life that wasn't your own. What is it, Isaac?
So
You might not even realize that
You-
each other's memories too. Keep that in mind,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
you are on Earth. You're surrounded by a lot of other people. It's very chaotic, and you're not really sure what's going on at first. You hear people yelling, and then you kind of start to back up from the crowd a little bit. You start to see like signs. There's signs like corporations are not people, and like signs for good, not profit. And then you like throw something through a window and like start breaking shit. And you notice it's like this huge protest, basically riots, busting down the windows of some like pharmaceutical corporation type situation.
What do you feel? Like the pure primal emotions. Whatever.
Disdain. And kind of like this feeling of sucking the good out of humanity for the sake of profit. Late stage capitalism, hatred,
Anger at the machine, kind of a thing.
anger at the machine. Yeah, raging against the machine.
Gotcha. All right, and the same happens the opposite. Isaac, you have a memory that is not your own. What is it, Bailey?
Corridor of a space station, habitat, something in space. Two pairs of footsteps walking, clicking, mag boots. View would pan over after feeling an arm clasp the shoulder, and the view would change. Look up almost at a bearded, like gray beard, older man who says, again, congrats, boy, you're now a pilot. You get a craft of your own, put this on the dash for good luck. And I look down, and it's this little, like, hula dancer dashboard ornament type thing. And a younger Bailey's voice would say, hey, it's just like yours. Thanks.
All right. what do you feel in that moment?
A sort of acceptance, like just being happy, like I've accomplished something and someone's recognized me for it.
Awesome. All right. So, quick question about that too. Has Isaac themselves seen that thing?
No.
Okay. Had they, it would have created a weird duality where they're like, "Oh, I've seen this," but they haven't. This is the only thing about it. Anyway, so yeah, you all experience this. It only takes, it only takes about 20 seconds or so for that to play out, and you kind of look at each other for a moment here, trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. And you hear this, and it just stops for a moment. You hear a voice on the other side of the door, robotic, from a synthesizer, but perhaps not necessarily the type of sound that you would expect. It sounds like some of those, like maybe security androids, maybe security bots, maybe loader bots, stuff like that kind of stuff that get used. But it also sounds slightly off, and you just hear it saying one thing over and over for a little bit. 1 second.
That which has waited waits no more. That which has waited waits no more. That which has waited waits no more.
It continues on like that. Does not stop. And you're hearing this going, okay, what the fuck is going on basically now? You're still trying to deal with these strange memories that you just had, these flashes, hearing this thing on the other side of the door now, and then you hear gunfire from deeper within.
Oh, I rushed to
It's
the
Doom.
door. Sort of taking cover to the side of it.
Okay. You do hear the sound of ricocheting ammunition passing through some of the corridors, bouncing around inside of this tin can that everybody's inside of. And there's gunfire, then there's just quiet.
That's when I'm gonna open the door.
Okay. You open the door. Inside you can see what looks to be a maintenance droid, basically a maintenance drone. A basic one. There's a drone controller, which is essentially a small computer core that's meant to control. This is an alpha model, which you've seen before. They can control a total of 4 drones, and you can see in here there are 2 drones. One is just standing there, kind of like looking at you, just like sparking and not moving, like other than just it's kind of like shaking, like it's doing like this. And the other is in a pile in the floor, as though it had like fallen apart. It's like very weird. Like it's just like then falling apart. There's also another door on the other side of the chamber past them, and you can see the door itself. It is a thin metal, and it is dented in several places as though it has taken gunfire from the other side. It is a sealed door. It is a sealed chamber on the other side, right? So no vacuum, there's no separation. So you don't know if there's any holes out there or whatever, but you would suspect probably not, because you're down deeper into the asteroid at this point. So even if bullets got through, it probably wouldn't break the seal, right? At this point, but it does, however, if you remember, curve back out in a kind of a strange way because of the shape of this space, right? And so if you keep going past that and go around, you're probably on that other airlock corridor, which means that there is sort of stuff exposed above you there. So it could there could be danger of vacuum exposure on the other side. So you might want to put your helmets on or something if you're checking that out. But you don't hear any like more gunshots or anything like that. As you get closer and closer to the door, the drone's just staying there. The one just stands there shaking. Pays you no mind as you're like walking kind of, sort of closer to it, around it. But if you get within about 2 meters of it, it does like turn its head towards you. But it just keeps shaking there. It doesn't like lunge out at you or anything like that. But it's keeping you like within its ocular sensors, no matter where you are within the room. So its head will turn all the way around, doing so, monitoring you. But the body just stays there, shaking the whole time like this.
I'll sort of
that blue glow has now died down everywhere.
Whisper yell towards the rest of the group to look for the box.
Okay.
I'm keeping
I'll
eyes
put
on
my
that
helmet
door.
on.
So you look around in this room, and
My helmet on too.
you approach the door that has like a couple of dents in it. You can see it has like one of those little slit holes, kind of like the one did up to the top, that you can see through. Looking around in here, you can see there are a number of crates piled in the back of this chamber. One of them might be in there. It might be one of the ones in there. So some of you begin looking through that. Does anybody look through the little hole in the door?
Yeah, I'll peek through.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Bailey, you're taller than me.
As you get closer to the door, you lean up to look through the hole there. Your helmet. Did you put your helmet back on?
I did not.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say, if your helmet touches it, you'd hear the vibration like through the door or whatever. But as you're leaning through, you do pick up a sound on the other side. The gunfire, no more, but you can hear voices. It sounds like two of them, maybe arguing. Can you roll me a recon? Yeah, recon.
Oh, I don't have recon.
I mean, if you can think of another skill that helps you listen
No.
in the situation. The way a lot of that times, like the to notice something thing works is you use a skill related to that, the way you would notice something. Okay. So yeah, you're not going to get too many specifics since you got an effective -1. You're not going to alert them or anything that you're hearing them. So you can't get too many specifics of what they're saying. I will say you can tell they're arguing. It seems like maybe they experienced what you just experienced a little bit. As though like you hear like one of them saying like, "I was you, I saw it," like that for a moment, that kind of a thing. And after like hearing that, you're like looking in there, you can see one of them like pointing at the other one, like a gun, like a auto pistol at the other one. And there are several others in the room that are dead, as well as 2 drones that are, one of them is doing the same thing that the other one was, and another one is kind of just falling apart as well. Then inside of there was another crate as well that they are also in front of, that is open. About this time, Lean, you can see looking around through the crates and stuff here in this room, one of these crates perfectly matches the markings on your crate. It is not just a Solobeck Industries crate, but it has the exact same barcode things on it and everything as the one you're looking for. Bailey, looking through this little window here into the next room. The crate they're looking in is also a Solidbeck Industries crate. It doesn't have the exact same markings as the one you're looking for, but it's almost identical to it in every way, except it's a little bit smaller. And you can see they're like almost standing over it, arguing for a moment. They seem very angry. One of them seems very, very angry at the other one, and the other one's kind of holding their hands up a little bit at this moment. And then they both kind of start staggering a bit. And one of them throws up. Looks down confused at it as he tries to catch it as it comes out of his mouth. They say something, but you can't make out the words. You feel yourself getting dizzy as well. You notice everything around you is vibrating strangely. Something odd. It's like such a weird sensation. You're not sure what could even cause this. And all of you begin to pass out. Your eyes darken. There are these brief moments of trying to catch yourself, and you feel a little click from your medication. And you're brought back out of it before you collapse onto the ground, showing that you've just taken a dose. On the inside, on the other chamber, though, Bailey, through that little hole, the two men in there just stand dumbfounded.
They wearing helmets?
Eyes in space. They are not wearing helmets, but you now feel something else. That vibration has been replaced with a much more violent vibration, and you see sparks appear from what would be the ceiling of the chamber beyond. Not your chamber, the one they're in. A bit of material was removed, and you can see the interior of an airlock. Now, Bailey, you've served time in the military, so you've seen a breaching airlock before. And this is a breaching airlock. In fact, it's the most sophisticated breaching airlock you've ever seen. It looks Martian almost, but much newer, much more advanced, and the plasma ring cuts its way into the interior. The two people in there kind of stand stumbling around in a confused state. All of you manage to maintain your faculties, and then
we've got the crate, we gotta go.
Multiple people start pouring in. You see what look like 5, 6, 7 individuals, each of them carrying rifles that you don't recognize, some kind of weapon.
I'm backing off.
They're wearing this black armor with gold trim. On the shoulder of each of them, you see a strange symbol. It looks to be a crook and like a mace crossed over one another. It's not something that you've ever seen before. And one of them pulls his helmet off, and you can see a human face, normal human face, but strange blue marks down his cheeks. Another one takes her helmet off and looks at him, and she says, "I'm confused. Why do they allow pirates to stay in the ancestral home?" And the other one turns to her in a much more gruff voice. "It's complicated." The other one kind of has this innocence about them. "I don't understand why pirates are allowed to operate, though. I thought the ancestral home was policed and governed. I said it's complicated. One of the others approaches, and you hear through the helmet, like essentially through a speaker, their voice shine through. 1 second, just see, pops up right there. It goes. Sorry. Just need to move. So stupid.
We detected another vessel near the asteroid, directly to the polar south of here. Sir. Doesn't seem that there's anybody on board, sir. It is carrying hazardous material. What do you suggest we do?
Well, it's probably these pirates, something they took. I'm sure they're just keeping it over there to avoid the exposure. It's good. It'll help sell the cover. Set the device. You can see one of them sits down what looks to be something. Some kind of weapon or something like that. You're not sure. Some kind of explosive, perhaps. They begin punching in a code or something on it. They nod. The female you saw earlier looks down at it, and hits a button. It's ready, sir. We extracting? The other nods. This is a little pause there for a moment as he kind of looks around briefly, looks back at the door that you're on the other side of. Yeah, we're done here. Get the artifact. It's too soon. And they head back up the breached airlock. You can hear it be pulled away, and all of the air is sucked out of that chamber, including the unconscious individuals within.
Put my helmet on and say, let's go, let's get out of here, quick.
Rapidly gesturing with my hand.
Way to go, guys. We got it.
All right, so you
pistol, put on my glove.
put your helmets on, you prepare to exit. You go back towards the elevator the way that you exited. It's not difficult. You've got control of the thing now. So you walk back out. You essentially flip the lever to go up and are brought down, which is up in this case, until you hang outside the interior of the or the exterior of the asteroid, seeing your landers standing there in this crevice that you had landed in before. And that's when you see a view, for just the briefest moment, of this vessel moving away. And it's odd. It's beautiful in many ways. It doesn't make much sense, though. Its orientation doesn't make sense. There's no spin to it. It doesn't look as though it would provide any thrust. The materials look strange. They catch light in a strange way. In some ways, it seems reminiscent of older styles of ships, like in the componentry on the outside, but made of materials that you don't recognize. And but it's obviously much newer than any old design would ever be. It doesn't match any design that you've ever seen. And perhaps most telling of all, there's no plume from it. There's no reaction mass ejected from it as it disappears into the void at pretty high speeds for something this large. So now you're in space, and it's difficult to tell how large something is. But as it moves across and away, it must be at least 1,000-ton ship. It's a big boy. That's what you would say. quite large. It doesn't seem to pay you any notice. I mean, you're not... There's nothing to notice, really. As it's moving away at high speeds. You exit the elevator and walk your way back towards the landers.
Dragging the fuel hoses.
Dragging the fuel hoses.
Good thing we fueled up before we went down there.
And the crate. As you do so, and you get into the lander, you look through its basic instruments and stuff here to see if you can get any information about what the fuck just happened. What did I just see? Do the landers even still work? Are they fine? Landers do fire up. They seem to be taking fuel as you begin the process of fueling them, which will take several minutes for each of them. I need you to roll 1d6, please, for each lander. So just 1d6 for each one, so 2 total. So yeah, it's not going to take long. Yeah, within 3 minutes, you have them both completely fueled all the way up after getting the hoses on. It takes you another few minutes to pull those off, but seeing the ship there, you're able to, using passive sensors on the lander, just the basic stuff, determine that it's moving away at what would be high acceleration, 6 to 10 G, and there's no plume. Its orientation is almost flat, like as though there wouldn't be multiple decks in one direction. It would be a very odd orientation.
Well, I'm worried. So I'm just disconnecting, not returning, just disconnecting the fuel hose and just get the fuck out.
Okay. You're able to refuel both landers, no problem. You keep an eye on the vessel as it disappears with passive sensors, but with no plume to track, and the strange way that it catches light and bounces it away, it's gone after not very long. It just disappears into the black. You don't know if they're looking back at you or not anymore. You don't know how far away they are. At those acceleration speeds, they get away pretty quick, but it was a big ship. But how much mass did it really have? Couldn't tell. Maybe if you were on a real ship, you could have.
Oh, rude.
But you're on a lander. But yeah, if you want to spend 2 to go ahead and leave.
Yeah, I gotta go in a second.
Yeah, we're doing that right now. But if you want to spend 2 to go ahead and leave and head back to the Folly. All right. It is a short trip. You're flung away as the clamps are released without having to spend much fuel. You're able to just use little spurts of reaction mass, spend another 2 burns to get back, since you're not trying to stay out of line of sight of anything. You're not trying to avoid anything here. You're just trying to do a simple landing. All I need is 1 routine pilot check from each of the 2 pilots, and you have to spend the 4 total burns. Oh yeah. Yep, both of you have no problems because he has a +7 on his, so it counters out just like before. You do have to spend an extra 2 burns, so you do spend all 6 burns on the lander, but you are able to easily dock once more with the Folly, and bring in this Solobeck Industries crate on board the ship. You have it now here. Both of you step out of the 2 landers on either side, kind of facing each other now as the 2 landers are docked on either side of the vessel, dragging the crate in, now still at 0 gravity because you haven't thrust it up the ship or anything yet. Take off your helmets. Anything that you say or do real quick?
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Let's get out right now. Let's leave.
Bailey, you begin launch procedures. It only takes a few moments. I will need you to spend 2 burns on the main ship, if you would. I think you can do it from the thing. If not, I will.
I don't see a
There, I'll do it.
thing to actually use them.
We'll figure that out later. All right, so you spend the 2 burns. Make me a regular pilot check. Just pilot it. Spacecraft, not small craft.
Around everyone, and I'll say, well, today was filled with a lot of things I've never seen before.
What the hell happened back there?
Don't know, but I think they left a bomb. We need to get going.
Who's,
I think
who?
Bailey is.
Who's they? Who?
I don't have any idea. Have you ever seen a symbol like that?
Nah.
You can try and cross-reference it if you want.
I mean, we will.
Later. Isaac, double check this course heading. We need to get going.
Astrogation roll, please.
I mean,
You're able with an effect of 4. Well, just not to get away. With an effect of 4, okay. So the astrogation is not the route you plot is not the most efficient gravity assist, so it will eat one of the effects there from the pilot roll, but you still have higher efficiency on it. So I'll say that you're able to maintain a 1G burn for part of that period of time. So you'll get there, and at this point, it would be 120 hours.
120 hours.
You're at full burn right now. You have a brief moment to say anything you want to say. Otherwise, this is where I'm going to end it.
just kind of reach out and grab Lean's hand and just be like, "Oh, Lean," you know, pretty much figuring out that somehow we had some weird experience.
Well, at least I didn't have to shoot anybody. So just lean back in the chair.
I'll squeeze your hand back, but I'm still processing.
All right.
Pull out my medallion and I'll kiss it.
With that, we will have our camera begin to peel away from the ship. Further and further as it disappears as a dot, this little plume in the darkness heading towards the Jovian system. Our camera spills further and further away from it, back across those asteroids and into the darkness of space, where it passes beyond the hull of a near invisible ship in the darkness. The interior filled dozens of individuals, all in black uniforms, dressed in military precision. We can see them conducting business, scanning the system at large holographic display showing different points throughout the system. One of those, the L5 Lagrange point, says Gateway on it. As the camera moves past it and out the other side, we can hear one of them speak up. "For Osiris." And then our camera cuts to black. And that's where we'll pick up next week. Yay.
Oh, Osiris, huh? Okay.
I did not want to interrupt your flow, but I was the whole time. I was like, "Oh, it's Jacob. Who takes the mask off? It's Jacob Assyrian."
Yeah, you wouldn't recognize Jared as Assyrian,
Jared.
but yeah.
Praise goes, wouldn't it? Fucking okay. Well, we didn't die. We did not die. I thought we were gonna die.
We didn't die.
You didn't end up in combat because you managed to hack your way in. Basically, it was
Yeah,
like if
that
you
was
couldn't
good.
sneak your way in, you're gonna end up having to fight those dudes and drones inside. But and I had a game clock where I was just tracking to see what would happen first between the events. And that's just the order it happened in. That's a cool order though. That was cool. Yeah.
That was cool. That was cool.
All right, so because this is the big beginning of the campaign stuff, you did your role playing and everything. Everybody gets 1 XP,
Okay.
and you have 120 hours to to basically add to your shit, to your time spent on your study periods and stuff. I will let you like add like a half study period or whatever if you know, to track that kind of a thing. So but yeah, I just want to say thanks everybody for coming out here and watching us stream. We're gonna handle the back end stuff now with skills and all that, but yeah, it went really well. I'm really happy to see everybody out there. I want to throw out a shout out to a few different people and organizations and stuff. So first, Syrinscape, because they help provide a lot of the sound and it's awesome. We use it a lot for stuff and all of our tabletop things, as well as I'd like to throw a shout out to 0 Hour. We're going to be using some of their deck plans. Are really great. You should check them out. And Lunatic Design, you should check them out. All on Drive Through RPG. Both of those guys, really good stuff. Yes, and I guess a shout out to all of you. Thanks for coming out here and chatting and hanging out. And we'll be doing this again next week. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll see you next week.